Hello, everybody. We are live once again. Today we have round 7 of the Montesilvano Open in Italy. Zach and Kostya are playing, and I think the games have already started. So just started right now. So yeah, we see the first moves on the board. E4, E5, Knight F3 played on. Oh, sorry, the same board. So that's not great. Yeah, I will fix that immediately. So here Zach is not playing on both boards. Kostya is playing here. And also here E4 has been played. So I think I have to choose that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, also not that. Maybe this one. Yes. Now we're good to go. We see Kostya arriving at the board. E4 has already been played. And I can also rotate the other board actually. So let's do that. Yep. Okay, and I think we're good to go now. So like this should... Oh, not quite. Now we're good to go. Now we're good to go. Okay. So Kostya plays the Sicilian. So he's very ambitious, as he should be. He definitely wants to play for a win. Sicilian is the most ambitious opening there is for the black pieces. Hello, welcome in chat. I hope you're having a great day. Because I am having a great day. And now I get to the commentary, which is always good. So knight f3 played on Kostya's board. And now the question is, what kind of Sicilian does he want to play? He plays d6, that's the most played move. And now d4 is the main move here, but that's played. Kostya takes, so there will be some theory here. And on Zach's board we have the Ruy Lopez opening, the Spanish. And that's very standard so far. And now black will castle right now maybe. And there is this idea of knight a5 and then c5 after that. So that's a possibility. And I think that will most likely happen. And yeah, exactly, castles happened. And white wants to develop, for example, knight bd2, rook e1. Moves like that come to mind. Rook e1 has been played. Players are still in book. And we have a Najdorf, the Najdorf variation on the board. And now Kostya's opponent, Alexandro, he has a lot of different moves to choose between. So maybe this was a surprise for him. Maybe not. I'm not quite sure. But I mean, you always have like something in mind against the Najdorf. And h3 has been played. Okay, that's an interesting move. And did he play it on the live board yet? No, I think he didn't. So on the camera? No, he's still... Okay, h3. Kostya immediately goes for g6. So Kostya still knows what to do here. And g6 is pretty normal here. You could also go e5 and then put your bishop to e7. Now you can still maybe go e5, but I think you shouldn't really do that if you go g6. You just want to put your bishop on g7, castle the short way, and just develop your pieces, and you'll have some kind of decent position, I guess. But it will still be fairly double-edged. So with h3 there are still some different systems here. So the main question is, what does white do with his king? So does Alexandro want to castle the short way, or does he want to castle the long way? I'm not sure about that, but I think he wants to castle the long way. But I think both are fine. Depends what you want. Bishop e3, bishop g7 has been played. Now queen d2 comes to mind, and then long castle. That's a plan. But if you go h3, then you are probably preparing the g4 move. So sooner or later you can also play g4. That's definitely a possibility. Yeah, g4 is an idea, and we will shortly see what Alexandro has in mind here, because he's still in prep. Definitely. Kostya didn't do anything too crazy. Maybe this is not the absolute main line, so g6, bishop g7, but it's still one of the main lines, I think, at least. I will also turn off the eval bar because I was able to see the evaluation of the position, which is good, it helps, but then I don't know if it's great for you guys if you just always read out the variations. So I think it's better if I think for myself, so that you get the more human moves on the board. So h3 has been played on Zach's board. The bishop is attacked, and now I think it will drop back to h5 and then to g6. Or maybe you can also just immediately go back to e6. I think bishop h5, bishop g6 will happen though. And it's good that Zach already got some moves in, because I've seen games where Zach was at like half an hour after 10 moves, and now it's already move 10, and I doubt that he will spend 1 hour here, so that's already good news. So I have the feeling that when Zach plays some kind of normal line, so if Zach doesn't have to think in the opening, then he had way better results than if he gets surprised in the opening, or if there's something he doesn't know. So that's normal. I think everyone has that. But I think for Zach it's pretty extreme actually. And we see g4 being played. So it's a very aggressive approach. You immediately try to pose some questions in the position. So g5 will attack the knight. Knight has to move away. And then h4, h5 is coming, opening up the h file. So that's, I think at least that is the idea behind that move. But also you can leave the pawns there for just some moves, and first of all develop, and then after that go for g5 or something like that. So everything is kind of possible in this position. So g4 is on the board. And yeah, let's get to some questions from chat. How did my tournament go? Yeah, so yesterday I had to leave the stream a few minutes earlier, so there's this ad. So I didn't get to see Zach finish his game with the final touches. So when I left, he was already completely winning, and you only missed like 20 minutes of him playing, and it was clear that he would win the game. It was just the conversion at the end. that I was not able to cover because I played a tournament myself in my chess club, and yeah, it was not great. I lost 3 games, and yeah, that's not what I wanted at least. So I think there were 9 rounds, so 6 out of 9 or something like that. And yeah, that's not a great result against those opponents. But yeah, next time I will come back, definitely. So this tournament happens once every month, so I still have a lot of chances. And then we get Kostya's looking fresh with his haircut. Yes, very true. He got that haircut like yesterday, I think. Oh, the evening before that, after the round, is also possible. So I didn't ask him when he got his haircut, but as you can see, it was very, very recent. And yeah, I think we will have 2 very exciting games. Kostya goes for castles, and Alexandro will probably castle this way, and Alexandro will attack here, and Kostya will attack here, and we will see like not some typical Sicilian ideas. So b5 is always happening. The bishop could go to b7, the knight can go to d7 or c6. So just like some developing moves. And I think we will have 2 pretty interesting games. So on the one hand, we have this Ruy Lopez structure where Zach plays bishop h5, and the question now is, does white want to go g4, which is very aggressive, which also happened on the board of Alexandro, or does he not really want to do that? And I think you shouldn't do that here, maybe, but it's also fine, I guess. So I have to admit that I don't know every detail in this opening, but yeah, g5, g4 is very aggressive, and I think I would just first of all develop my pieces, knight bd2, knight f1, and then just take it from there. The knight can go to e3 or to g3 in the future. And eventually this knight from b1 will land on f5, maybe. So that would be the best square for that knight. And yeah, the journey will be over f1 and then g3 or e3, and then just into f5. And the knight on f5 is worth a pawn. That's at least what Karpov said, I believe. Yeah, and on the other hand, we have Kostya's game, where some interesting line happened. And I think that I have not seen this particular move order, at least, for Alexandro, to go h3 before you play bishop e3. So if you go bishop e3 first of all, and then after that go h3, I've seen that, but also with like a different idea. So if Kostya goes e5, then maybe that would have just transposed actually. So let me go back here. If bishop e3 were to happen, then in position like this, here bishop e7, now I know this h3 line, and then white wants to go f4, and that's a pretty good line. So if you're looking for something to play against the knight off, this is a sideline which you can definitely play. I think it shouldn't be your only weapon, but as like some kind of surprise, it's definitely a good line. And yeah, I think if black doesn't know exactly what to do, then it can get very, very good for white very, very quickly. But here Kostya didn't go for e5 after h3 had been played here. So he went for g6, and now we have kind of a different game. So e5 will most likely not be played. Oh, and Alexandro also castles the short way. Okay. Short castles played by Alexandro. Zach also faced Alexandro in this tournament. He also faced him. Also interesting game he played there. So yeah, he goes for short castle. And now you have some space advantage on the king side, and this pawn on g4 is a very standard idea to just grab some space, and we kind of have the same thing on Zach's board. So g4 looks not like the right move because the king is kind of opened up, but at least for Alexandro it's a little bit different because he has this bishop on g2, the bishop on e3, and this is first of all still his prep, but then also it it's kind of looking like a good way to play, and he will know some more moves. And Kostya, obviously with the pressure, he has to win today. He really does. He is the clear favorite, but with the black pieces, it's sometimes not as easy to play for a win. Because if white just doesn't have any ambitions and just wants to play a draw, then sometimes it's very hard to make any progress and you might over push and then actually lose. But here I think Kostya will most likely not have that exact problem because the position is somewhat double-edged. So this is not a system that you play if you just want a quick draw. It's also not a system that you play if you want to completely out prep your opponent. This is like more of kind of it's not really solid, but it's not like completely double edged because we have the castles on the same side. So the kings on g8 and g1, they face each other both on the g file. So there will not be like a huge pawn attacks and stuff like that. So that will not happen. But it's also not like you're doing nothing as the white pieces. So you have the pawn on g4, which is taking up some space, and it's an interesting position. And I think this is just a position you want to play as white if you don't want to have like a completely complicated game, but you also just don't want to play like some boring line. This is just like a normal chess game now. So the better player in today's game will just win. And I'm not sure if Kostya still is familiar with all of the details here. I actually doubt that. But you don't really know. You never know. So yeah, short castles has been played. That was a surprise for me. It was a little bit of a surprise for me. I thought the idea was to go queen d2 and then castle to the other way. But I think this is also totally fine. But yeah, so you can definitely castle here. But then maybe you have to change up the move order or something. I'm not familiar with the details. I do not really know that. So knight bd2 has been played by Eduard. Very normal move. Developing knight. The next move will most likely be knight f1. That's almost a pre-move. I think you play knight f1 on every logical move from black. Maybe not after knight a5 attacking the bishop, because after knight a5 you don't want to move your knight because then you would just drop your good bishop. So the bishop on b3, that's a very good piece for you. So you definitely don't want to give this bishop up. You just drop back. And now after c5, then you go knight f1, I guess. So, but otherwise you can basically pre-move knight f1 because that's the move you want to play. You are freeing up the way for the bishop, and then also the knight on f1 will guard the king, but it can also get to very active position. So Yeah, that's just the move you want to play, I guess. Also, bishop takes f3, but that's not very useful because you just drop back, and it doesn't make sense to take the knight anyway, because why would you just give up your bishop pair for nothing? But then also, the pawn just attacked the bishop move before this, so why would you ever waste a move and then take on f3? That does not make sense at all. So we will not see bishop takes f3, and then I think knight f1 is almost guaranteed to be played in the next move, if knight a5 doesn't happen, of course. Oh my god, I saw the name in chat and I don't know if I know Alexei. I don't want to pronounce that. I do not want to pronounce that. But I think I do not know him actually. I always get confused with all of those Russian names. Yeah, so knight a5, knight a5, attacking the bishop, and now bishop c2. Bishop c2 will be on the board. There's no other move if you want to keep your bishop, so you should drop back. And then Zach will go for c5. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. Alexei Vismanavin was a Russian GM which passed away. Yeah, that's very sad to hear. Very sad to hear. Oh, he even played the Olympiad. Okay, then I could have at least heard of him. Okay, 1992. I was not even born there and not even close, so I'm born in 2006. So there was a lot of time between 1992 and 2006. Oh, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub. Chess Under Fire. That's greatly appreciated. So, yeah, as you might know, we are streaming on 3 different accounts. On the account of the Chess Nerd, called the ChessDojoLive, then on the ChessDojo account, where Kostya is one of the people who is using that account, and then also on my smaller account. So feel free to also check that out if you want. It's just exactly the same stream. So all of the 3 channels are just identical. And there should be a command for the chestnut. It's exclamation mark and then my name, which is Max. And for Kostya is exclamation mark host. So Edward did not play bishop b3 yet, which is kind of surprising for me because I think that should be the only move. I think that should be the only move. You're waiting for Zach to play d4. Do you mean d5? I think that's what you mean. Because Zach is playing from the black side today. So white definitely wants to go for d4. And in some positions, Zach wants to play d5, but I think here, especially because the knight just moves away, the pawn on e5 would just be too weak if you move your pawn. Oh, you're talking about 1d4. Oh, 1d4, yeah, that's a crazy move. Who would ever do such stupidity? 1d4. He has never played that in his life. Not even once. You are playing 1d4. But you're not playing the London system, are you? You're not playing the London system. Hopefully. Because nobody... Oh my god, you are. You are playing the London system. No one likes people like that. Nothing personal. No, I'm obviously joking. The London system is a decent opening, but it's very drawish. The London system. So there are a lot of great openings, so I always don't understand why you would ever play the London. Because black has like 10 different ways to equalize, and at the end it would be a draw. Kind of. There are also some difficult lines, but not really actually. Only like a little bit. The London system. Aman, okay, yeah. We see him. Oh, knight f1 played. Okay. Eduard is giving up his bishop. Why is he doing that? Okay, that I do not understand. So, the bishop here is pretty important in chess. And let's see how much time Zach spends on this move. And if he looks surprised or anything. So maybe we can tell something from his body language. But I'm not sure actually. No, so he doesn't tell us anything what he thinks about that move. And it's not a mistake or anything. It's just a little bit weird maybe. So you're giving up the best minor piece that you have. So this is always a great bishop because it's attacking the king from this diagonal, but when it drops back to c2, then it's very strong on this diagonal. So right now it does not look very strong, looking into this pawn and this pawn, but d4 will happen in the future and you will open up the bishop. The bishop will protect the pawn on e4, and also if the pawn moves, then this is a great bishop, because then if there will be some kind of kingside attack, then the bishop will help a lot with that. So definitely this is the place for the bishop. And now c5 would have been Zach's idea most likely, to kind of prevent this d4 move. But okay, knight f1. Knight f1. Okay, so I would just take the bishop, and that's what Zach does, just as I say that. I will check on the delay. Yeah, I don't really know why this is always happening. Yeah, just go here. Shouldn't be too bad right now. I would just ask for 15 minutes delay, and I think we are 10 seconds short of 15 minutes. But I think it should be fine, shouldn't be a big problem. Only 10 seconds. And I think it's better if the cameras are a little bit earlier than the live boards, because then we can see the actual moves being played on the actual board first, and then there are no spoilers on the live board. So that would be pretty good. Yeah, I'm also kind of asking myself what that is. Why would you give up your bishop? So yeah, it's pretty odd, just as you say. And I think this is not some super prep or any crazy idea, because first of all, he has spent like almost 10 minutes. Maybe he has spent 10 minutes because of the increment. And if you're in your prep, you usually do not spend a lot of time, but the top guys, they do that to just throw off their opponents. So actually, Alexander Grishuk, one time I think he spent like 80 minutes to just throw off his opponent, but actually he was still in his prep, and then his opponent fell into a trap, and Grishuk just won the game. So that was crazy to me. So if I know the moves, then I'm playing them. I'm not doing any mind games or something like that, because I need my time. For me, it's very similar to Zach. I always end up in time trouble, and in time trouble, that's where the mistakes happen. And I want to prevent that, so I'm playing. So yeah, Eduard takes back with the pawn. He spent some time before this knight f1 move, and also it's just not looking great. So you just give up your good bishop. Maybe the idea is to go b4 and then play for play on this weakness on a6, this backward pawn on the half open a file. But if black does not want that, black can also play a5 or c5 right now. Both of those moves kind of stop b4, because white does not want to go for b4 here, because now the pawns are a little bit weak, and maybe black is even slightly better here, because probably d5 will happen at some point. So Zach is smiling. What? I did not see that. I did not see that. Zach is smiling. Wow. A takes b3. And now knight d7 played by Zach. And that's a great move. You are preparing f5. That's the idea you want to play in every single position. And then you're also preventing what someone said earlier, this knight h4 idea. I'm not sure if it worked out before because of some tactical compilations, but if knight g3 happens, the bishop can just go back, and there is no knight h4 because of the bishop on e7, so you're freeing up your bishop, and also preparing f5, and you might reroute your knight to c5 in the future, and from there to e6, so something like that is possible, or if f5 has been played, then you just go back to f6. So this is a very flexible move, and also it's very good that Zach is up on the clock, only for about like 1.5 minutes, but Zach is up on the clock. It's kind of rare that I say that, but Zach is up on the clock. And Kostya also played 97, just like Zach, and then we had Queen d2, and I saw the engine, the eval bar, kind of decrease. We shouldn't pay too much attention to the eval bar because there's like a supercomputer, and none of us in chat, including me and including everyone playing in the tournament in Italy, no one is playing on the level of that engine. So Queen d2 was apparently not the best move, but if you ask me why, no idea. It looks kind of logical, and black does not want to take twice on d4, I think, because then there might be some weaknesses on the dark squares around the king. But yeah, maybe that's kind of fine. So maybe you're wasting a move after all of those trades. Maybe that's the case. So you move queen d2, and then next you take on d4 with your queen. And I'm not sure if that's what black wants. I think maybe not, but it's possible. So queen d2, and now the engine says that it's equal, and that's a good sign. But also it's not like that great for Kostya all of a sudden. So it's just like some detail, and it can change in one single move. And also this eval bar is not the best, and Yeah, so you shouldn't be too excited just because it's equal all of a sudden. That's what I wanted to say basically. Who was Grishuk's opponent there? I think I do not remember, but if you search for Grishuk taking 80 minutes in classical game, something like that, and then some kind of even though he's still in prep or something like that, then you will definitely find it. The trap was actually very good and was pretty deep trap. And then he just went on to win the game, and I thought that was very crazy of him. So yeah, 97 played on both boards, and there were some moves. Eduard went knight g3 and attacked the bishop, and now Zach went back to g6. Yeah, very normal. You don't want to give up your bishop for nothing, so bishop takes f3 would not make any sense at all, because then white's queen can activate itself while recapturing the piece, and you also just give up the bishop pair. But I think that Zach can be happy with his position right now, and I think that he can definitely be happy. So he has the bishop here, and white has to show what he wants to do. So usually white goes d4 in positions like that, but now if you go d4, then maybe black will take, and the pawn takes back, then there are all of a sudden those doubled pawns on the b file, which is not a huge issue, but I don't know if you want that as white. And now also moves like c5 come to mind, and I think this position is pleasant for black. So opening up the position would favor the black side because black has the bishop pair. But d4 is still the move he wants to play to gain control of the central squares. So that's definitely what you want to do. But it could be a problem in the future. If c5 also happens and everything opens up, then I think black can be slightly better. Definitely. So Zach obviously has big winning chances here. It's not like he's better, but he has chances in the future because of his bishop pair. And Zach wants to win, and he has been playing a kind of a good tournament, so the results are pretty good. But there was more. So if all of the games went in Zach's way, and if he was kind of lucky, then he could have like 1.5 points more. So that would not be crazy if you look at the games. But Zach had one very tough loss where he had a threefold repetition, but then with 1 minute on the clock, or maybe with 40 seconds, I don't exactly know, then he played on and actually lost the games in a few moves, and he didn't want to draw. And Kostya told me that he screamed a little at Zach. So that was very unfortunate. And then also in other games, he had his chances in, I think, in every single game actually. So yeah, there was more. There was more for him. And now it's his move. d4 has been played. That's the right idea. And the question is, does Zach even want to take? Or does he just want to leave the pawns as is? Also possible, definitely, to just make a normal developing move. Maybe you go c5 here. Maybe that. And then d5 would be possible, grabbing some space. but I think that's not what you really want, because then black will go for f5 at some point and open up the f-file, put some pressure to the center, and I think it would be pleasant for black. So d4, d4, and now you can take, but you don't have to. You can also just make some kind of normal move. Maybe rook e8. Maybe that's not very good because you want to play f5 at some point. But also the knight is on g3, so f5 is pretty hard to play if you don't want to give up the bishop. So d4. And I think Zach will take a little bit of time here, which is honestly completely fine. And it feels weird that we already have 15 moves on the board. It feels slightly weird. Because Zach has 4 minutes more on the clock, even though he was the one that was surprised. So this knight f1 move was probably a surprise. Maybe this is still some kind of theory that I don't know, but to my eyes it just doesn't look very logical. But that's just me. So maybe there's anyone who still knows this, but definitely not me. I would have blitzed out bishop c2 instead of knight f1 to not trade off that bishop. But Eduard had other plans. And on Kostya's board, Kostya took twice on d4, trading all of the pieces, and now we see what I said earlier. So if white would have played any other move, I don't know, rook e1, let's just say that, then if black takes, now the queen can take in only one move, and rook e1 has already been played. But if we go back to this position, now he first of all moves his queen, and now after the trades happen, he has to move his queen again, and now move like rook e1 is not on the board yet, so he kind of wasted a move. And Kostya immediately goes for this, and he can play queen b6, but he has other plans. He goes for b5, so you have to be a little bit careful of moves like e5, so that right now that's not working because the pawn can just take and attack the queen, so that's probably better for black. But you have to be a little bit careful because if the pawn could not take on e5, then e5 would just win a pawn at least. We see a4 played though, and Kostya immediately takes. Okay, takes on a4. Yeah, that's logical because the pawn on b5 was attacked, and I don't know if there was any other move here actually. Probably not. I think that was the only move. Can think about some pawn sacrifices with b4, but that's just so unnecessary. Or with bishop b7, but I don't see that happening. Maybe you will get some compensation, but it shouldn't be enough. And also, if you want to win, you don't sacrifice a pawn here. So Kostya takes on a4, and now the question is, how do you take back? Do you even take back? Those are the questions. You have some pressure towards the pawn on a6, so rook takes a4 would be logical, and then the other rook can go to a1, and rook can first of all go to a5 maybe, bishop f1, and every piece can at some point attack the pawn on a6, and it will not be easy to defend that. So rook takes a4, there are some ideas to play moves like knight c5 to attack the rook, and then the rook has to retreat. But you can also play queen b6 to go for a queen trade, and after that, black, so Kostya, has some pressure relieved, because right now this queen is better than this queen. The queen is on a central square, has a lot of control in the position, and especially because those squares are a little bit weak. Oh, sorry, because those squares are a little bit weak. The queen is kind of a good piece, so trading it off is possible, but I don't know if Kostya wants to do that. That's the question here. Does he want to trade queens after that? Because he is the favorite and he definitely wants to win. It would not be disastrous if he plays a draw today. So, I mean, he shouldn't lose. You always should avoid that, definitely. A draw today as the favorite would be okay. So, right now he is the sole, not his sole, but he's the shared leader. He is one out of the two guys who have 4.5 points out of 6 games, and Kostya should have been the sole leader with 5 points, because yesterday he played such an amazing game. I'm sure that some of you saw that yesterday. He played so well with 3 brilliant moves and also an exchange sacrifice at the end, which was not obvious at all. But he played it, and everything was looking great. He was completely winning, and he also told me that he thought it was a great game. But at the end there was some kind of weird trick. I suggested exactly the same variation, which he playing, which he ended up playing, sorry. And yeah, that was very unfortunate. So he told me that he was very sad, but I think Kostya is mentally strong, and then he will come back from this tough draw yesterday. And there's still everything possible for Kostya, so there, including this one, there are still 3 more rounds, and if he wins today, he might be the sole leader of the tournament, and that would be pretty great actually. And also, I don't know if that's still possible. I don't know if it's possible at all, but maybe he still has some chances for a GM norm. I will check on chess results what his performance is, and yes, I will do that real quick. So, Kostya, 24.72. Okay, it will be close, but maybe it's still possible. So if Kostya wins like every single round from now on, it might be possible. So he needs one GM and 2 titles after this. And there are still some GMs he hasn't played. So it can probably be possible. I would have to check with the FIDE table if it's still possible for him. But yeah, the draw yesterday was very unnecessary. Before that, he played a very quick draw, which was totally fine for him because there was a double round. He won the first game in the morning, and the second game he didn't really feel like playing, and he just made a quick draw, which was maybe pretty smart to not completely use all of your power, maybe. That was maybe a smart decision. But then yesterday he played a great game, and unfortunately it was not enough at the end because of this stupid perpetual check. So yeah, that was heartbreaking, and he was pretty sad. But now is the time to come back. Today he is the clear favorite, and I hope that he can show why he's an international master today, and that he can end up winning. So that's the plan. Kostya wants to win, Zach wants to win, and we get rook takes a4, played by Alexandro. Bishop e7, very normal move, developing your bishop and putting your bishop on the long diagonal, facing the white bishop on g2, and we might see a move like knight d5 right now, or just rook a1. That's the question, like how do you want to place your rook? Where do you want to go? You can go rook to d1 and put some pressure on the d file, but then you can also go rook a1 and put some pressure on the a file towards the pawn on a6. So both are completely fine. Maybe you can also just leave your rook there and push this pawn. But you have to be somewhat careful, because you already pushed the pawn from g2 to g4, and your king shouldn't be too weak. So right now it's okay, and there will be no like huge attack. But if you keep pushing all of your pawns in front of your own king, then it might end up in some trouble later down the road. So you have to be a little bit careful at least. Bishop b7 played by Kostya, and now queen b6 is not possible after this. So if rook a1 happens, now queen b6 is not possible because of just takes, and now rook d4. And this is a pin. You're attacking the knight. The knight cannot be defended, but if the knight moves away, then the bishop just falls, and that would be very, very bad news. So queen b6 is not possible here. The question is, what do you even do? If you go queen c7, then maybe knight d5 with a tempo and also with a pawn sacrifice. No, it's not really a sacrifice. So maybe knight d5 is possible. And like this. And if black is here, you take there. Something like this. I think this should be a little bit better for black, because now the pawns are slightly weak. But maybe not the way to play. Should be 7. So it's rather a slow position. The other question is also that does Kostya want to push his pawn to a5? I think probably not, because then at least there will be b4. If there's a pin on the a file, that could be a little bit annoying. So the question is, what is Kostya's plan? Like, what does he plan to do here? Maybe just knight c5, knight e6, or knight e5, knight c6. Some kind of knight maneuver here to hit the queen and also gain back some space for your own pieces. If you put your knight on c6 or e6, then you can maybe play queen d7 and then just take it from there. So that is definitely possible. What you don't want to do is play a move like e5, because then you might end up with a weak pawn on d6.
Hello, Max.
Hello! Now we have a special guest, my grandmother. Komm mal her, guck mal. So sieht das alles aus. Guck mal.
Ja, toll.
Da bist du.
Ja.
Da bist du.
Du lieber Gott.
This is my grandmother. Sag mal Hallo. Hallo.
Hallo.
Ja, hier sieht man den einen Stream und da den anderen. Und hier unten die Bretter. Und hier auf der Seite, da sieht man nochmal die Live-Kameras.
Ah.
Und
Toll,
guck mal hier, da schreiben die in den Chat. Hallo Oma, schreibt der. Hello Grandma. Ja, das hat er
Toll.
geschrieben.
Aha. Viel
Ja.
Spaß. Viel Erfolg.
He said good luck to the players. Ja,
Ja.
sehr gut, Oma.
Tschüss.
Tschüss.
Viel Spaß noch.
Dankeschön. That was my grandma. I think she has never seen a live stream in her life. Hello, Grandma. Very new for her, I believe. I will talk to her after that. After the stream, I will ask her some questions if she understood what is happening here. Because I don't know. Does she know? Maybe. Maybe. But maybe not. That's the question. So d4 on the board, and Zach does not take, but instead he goes for c6. c6, okay. c6, okay, so why c6 though? Do you want to prevent d5 or provoke d5? c6 looks okay, but I don't know why exactly this move. Because now b4 might be a possibility. c6. Like, I don't know what that does. Maybe you just want to make some space for your queen. Maybe that. But I don't know. c6. Bishop e3 happened, and now we see a5. Okay, c6 and then a5. That prevents b4. But the c6 move, it looks okay, so there's nothing wrong with that. The question is just, what really does that do? It's just a stability move, so you protect that pawn and that square. So yeah, it should be okay. I think I wouldn't have played c6. Maybe c5 here, possible. And a position like this, if you trade, I think here you have some activity. You can go queen c7 and then put the rook in the d file. And I think you have no problems at all here with black. And the pawn structure is pretty good. So yeah, you have decent position is what I would say. c5 comes to mind, but also to take on d4 is also okay. The question is, how does white take back? Taking with the knight is possible, and then there's this weak square on c6. So that is possible. Also take with the pawn looks more human, I would say. But then there's those pawns, and I'm actually not sure what happens now after c5. I do not know what's going on here. I think now I would actually prefer to be black. So d5, I think bishop 6 is kind of good, and rook e8. You have just full control of the black squares in the center. And you also have the majority here, and you will be able to create a passed pawn somehow. So that's kind of a good position here, I think. So taking on d4 was possible, but Zach decided to go for c6. And I really like that he is up on the clock. It just makes me feel like very, very good. And yes, Zach is the guy in the green t-shirt. That's Zach, otherwise known as Zachary Sane, otherwise known as Zachary Insane. Yeah, that is Zach. And on the other side, with the clean new haircut, that is Kostya. And they are traveling together, playing tournaments together. This is the second tournament they're playing together in a row. They also did a training camp in Roma, and now after this tournament ends, they will go to the Olympiad, which is also happening at the moment, which is a pretty exciting tournament. But Kosio told me that he actually prefers to watch and also cover tournaments like this of games of your friends and not like the top tournaments. The Olympiad is kind of different. It's also very exciting because this huge tournament which is super important. But just like the invitationals, I think that's not like super exciting to watch. I do watch it occasionally, but I prefer to just commentate on games like this of my friends. So yeah, that's more you're more relating to the situation because they just want to play chess. They are having fun, and the top guys sometimes they just play for the money, and there are no real stakes. But here it's different. Here it's different. We get rook f to a1 in Kostya's game. So Alexandro wants to put pressure on the pawn on a6. Very logical approach here. Bishop f1 might happen, because then it will be very hard to defend that pawn. You might have to advance it. Or you play knight c5, which is also okay. And I think the knight on c5 actually does a great job attacking but also defending. So it's attacking the rook, attacking this pawn, but also defending the pawn on a6. So the knight from c5 would be a pretty good piece. And if you go there, then you can also play like queen d7 or something like that. Or queen b6. So a lot of moves come to mind after you go for knight c5. Yeah, knight c5. Probably a good move right now. But you can also play another move first. Maybe you can even play like rook b8. Because if you go knight c5, then this pawn is on a6 is defended a lot by the knight and by the bishop. And that would be enough. But also if the knight goes to c5, it could get kicked away with this b4 move, at least at some point. So yeah, the question is, do you go knight c5? And if you do you play a5 in order to kind of fight against this b4 idea? Because then black would be able to take. And also, let's just make some moves. So knight c5, the rook goes back. If you go a5 right now, then there is a hole here, and this pawn is also still weak. Let's say you push b4, and now this trade happens. Here that would be okay for Kostya, I think. So it shouldn't be too bad. And now his pawn structure is slightly better because Kostya only has one pawn island. All of the pawns are connected. And his opponent has two pawn islands. He has those pawns, and then there's a hole, and then there's this pawn. So if you the more pawn islands you have, the weaker your pawns are. So this pawn is definitely a weakness in the future, and it's not easy to push that up the board and trade it off. So I think this would be a pleasant position, but also b4 would probably never happen. But because you're taking some time first of all. And he has to calculate if he wants to play knight c5 or knight e5. So both moves come to mind, and you just have to calculate a little bit here. I think in the blitz game I would play knight c5 and then a5 after that. Maybe not a5, I'm not sure, because a5 the pawn gets weaker. You push it up the board and it gets weaker. Maybe not that. But if you don't, then b4 has a lot more power. Yeah, it's unclear position. Well, let's first of all go over to Zach's board. a5 has been played, and now Eduard goes for queen d2. Looks very normal, just connecting your rooks, and the queen improves her position, and there's also this battery with the bishop and with the queen, which might attack something in the future. So queen e2 looks like a normal move, and then you can also go rook d1, maybe this rook to d1, but also maybe the same thing that Alexandro in Kostya's game already did. Maybe you can also double your rooks on the a file and then put a lot of pressure to this pawn. And then you might go b4 at the right time if a rook on a8 is hanging. So let me just show you what I mean. So let's say we get rook a2, rook a6, and then rook a1, rook a8, and now b4 might be possible. It should be very equal, but yeah, you don't really want to go here probably because of then b3, and then there's more pressure to this pawn. This is not like a huge mistake, but now there might be some weak pawns. So if a3, for example, then the pawn will just drop off and white will be up a pawn. But also if black just does nothing, I don't know. This, I think this is a very pleasant position for white, because this pawn is a weakness at the moment, and now also tactically this is just not working, but I think you know what I'm talking about. If black ends up with this outside passed pawn, it's more double-edged, but I think that would be better for white. But also Zach can just do it a little bit differently, and then there shouldn't be a problem. He goes queen c7, also connecting the rooks. That also cannot be a bad move. And one rook can go to d8, and then there are maybe even some ideas with the move d5. So that's maybe possible, like somewhere in the future to go d5, and then there's a pawn on every single central square. Definitely possible, but you have to prepare that move a little bit at least. I would have liked to see c5. We might also see that in one of the next moves. The question is just if the position is difficult enough to play for a win. But I guess with the black pieces, a draw is also okay for Zach. Like the result itself is okay. There's nothing wrong with a draw. Obviously he wants to win. He always wants to win. So he will not take a draw if that would be offered right now. He's declining every single draw offer. It doesn't really matter against anyone. So yeah, he will not take a draw if it would be offered right now. Hello, welcome in chat. Welcome, welcome. Hi. Hi. What's the rating difference right now? Are you talking about the difference between the players themselves, or do you mean um, or do you mean the rating which is gained by Zach and Kostya? So I will put this command. I will do that real quick. Oh, not the command. The pinned message. So, oh, where do I have that? Why don't I have it? Okay, just give me a second here. So, always forgetting this. I have no idea why. I thought of it immediately before the stream, but now I forgot. So Chess Dojo, copy that. Boom. Then copy this link. So there you can see the live board and also the kind of tournament on the Chess Dojo channel. Yeah, so Zach is on plus 11. You can find it on chess results. And thank you, Edvig, for sharing that information. So, any moves? Yes. Knight c5 happened on Kostya's board, attacking the rook, and now the rook drew back to a2. You can go to a2, you can also go to a3. I think I would have preferred my rook to be on a3. It's not likely, but maybe in the future you want to swing your rook over to some squares here. So on a3 it's a little bit more active. And it's also on a black square and on the square which is the hardest for this knight to reach. So that's a very nice rule to remember. The knight takes the longest time to reach the square two squares diagonal from it. So every other square is possible to reach easier. So in like two moves. So all of in this triangle here, all of the squares are possible to reach in 2 or 3 moves, or maybe even in 1, but the squares here in the corners are only, it's only possible to reach them in 4 moves with your knight, so you have to take a lot of time in order to get your knight there. So the rook on a3 would have been very far away from this knight, and also it's not possible to attack the rook with your bishop. So I think I would have slightly preferred this rook a3 move. It's just more natural to me. And additionally, you can also put your queen on a2, and from the Alyeken's gun, those 3 pieces, I know that the queen still has to be behind the rooks, but even that is possible if you really want to do that. Also, that can happen. And it's not possible if you go rook a2. So I think rook a3 would maybe have been slightly better. But also this looks totally fine. And here the advantage is that you're defending the pawn on b2. So after rook a3, then a move like queen b6, this pawn would be hanging right now, so that's not great, and you have to do something about it. But maybe there's now some tactics here with rook b3. So yeah, rook to a3 would have probably been a little bit better. Rook a2, and now Kostya goes for rook c8. And what's surprising to me is that Kostya is down 10 minutes on the clock. So I think in this tournament Kostya has not had like a real time scramble, and also I believe that he's never really been down on the clock by like 10 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you in chat know or recall some moment where he was down some minutes on the clock. So it's obviously is very possible, but he's playing rather quickly compared to Zach. But Zach is on 1 hour and 10 minutes right now. He's dominating on the clock. He's only spent 20 minutes. Look at this. Zachary Sane with the fast moves today. That's very, very good. And his opponent is spending some time, 51 minutes. A lot still on the clock. But if you consider that there's no additional time, then it's not too much, and the game has not really started, and you already spent almost half of your time. It's only the opening, and now the opening is kind of finished. There's like this rule, once the rooks are connected, then the opening is over. So now, after queen c2, the rooks are connected, and that's why now the middle game is starting. White just did the exact same thing. White also connected the rooks. So White is finished with his development. And Zach is also finished. Zach playing with the black pieces. He is also finished with his development because he also connected his rooks. So now the players will take a little bit of time to kind of figure out exactly how they want to play, what is their plan. So I think now it's a normal position to spend some time, because now you cannot just make useful developing moves, because now all of your pieces are developed. So now you really have to think about plans and what you're looking for and what your opponent wants to do. And now the real game is just starting. So in some positions, already on move 6 or 7, the game is properly starting because you get surprised by the opening or something like that. But here we didn't have like a theoretical battle, so there was not a lot of opening theory in Zach's game. But it was also not very complicated, just a normal Ruy Lopez position. With this weird knight f1, just giving up the good bishop. I've not seen that a lot in the Ruy Lopez. So yeah, maybe not the best choice, but also not a mistake or anything. But I think this is just okay for Zach, and he does not have to be worried. And the time is looking very good for Zach, so maybe he has a different approach today, which I personally prefer a lot. So I prefer it when Zach plays rather quickly and then not ends up in a time trouble. Even if he can't find all of the best moves, it's still better like this. So sometimes you just have to trust your instincts, and maybe it's not the best move, maybe it's only the second best move, but that's okay. So you don't always have to play like a computer, you don't always have to play the best move. I really like what Zach is doing here on the clock today. The game is not very difficult yet, so you also don't have to spend so much time. And his opponent Eduard is spending some time here. And he is down like more than 20 minutes, 22 minutes right now. And that's a very good thing for Zach. A very good thing for Zach. And Kostya is down like 5 minutes, but that's not a lot, and we shouldn't like criticize anything there. It's totally normal. The clock is not always level, and you cannot be up on the clock at every single moment of the game, and that's totally fine. So Kostya played rook c8. I think he has not too many issues here. Only question is what happens after bishop f1, which would be threatening b4 somehow. So bishop f1, definitely a move. Then there's some pressure, and the eval does not really agree, but okay, it's not too bad maybe, but also not a good move. So bishop f1 would be a mistake. And why is that? Why is bishop f1 a mistake? I don't know. Bishop f1, maybe then there's knight e6 and knight f4 or something like that. So that's a plan, like you go g5 or maybe e5 and then put your knight on f4 and your queen on h4, and then all of a sudden there's a huge attack. So bishop f1, and if knight e6 happens, just make some moves. I don't know, like this maybe. You can also just give up this pawn, because then this would be hanging. So here, and then next move would be queen h4, and then there's some play for the black side. And I think that would be a pretty good position. So if white is not careful, then Kostya could end up in a good position here if the knight lands on f4, because the white pawns already moved to e4 and also to g4, creating this hole on the f4 square. So no pawn will be able to attack that square if this pawn doesn't capture anything. But if this pawn captures on g3 and then or on e3, then this square would not be so weak anymore, but then the pawn structure would be more weak than it is right now. Kostya played rook c8, and it's not easy to really find a move here for white. You can, if you don't have a lot of ambitions, you can try knight a4 maybe. Also maybe not, because yeah, I think that should be okay. Knight a4. Looks a little weird to take back with the queen and then go c3 or something like that. So maybe this is not necessary. But if you trade off the knights, then it's very equal, I would say. And even here, I think I would maybe even prefer to be white because of the pressure on the pawn a6. So maybe I would still prefer to be white. Only by a little bit though. a2, and then d8 has been played. And there's no move yet, and the time is almost even again, which is a good sign. I'll get something to drink. I won't do a break, I'll just get my water bottle. Here it is. So, I really like what I'm seeing on Zach's clock. This is very rare that Zach is up half an hour. Do we have the do we have the colors right? Or is there something mixed up? So it would be very normal if Zach would be on the white side and his opponent would be on the black side. But that's not the case here. That's not the case. So Zach is almost up by half an hour, which is a huge advantage. I think like half an hour on the clock, that's not worth a pawn, but maybe that's worth like half a pawn or something, because the clock is important. So by that logic, Zach would have a good or a decent position right now. So half an hour on the clock is definitely important. Yeah, it's very good to see that. Also, Kostya has a little bit more time because both of their opponents have been thinking for some time right now. So Kostya is up again on the clock. Okay, let's try to figure out a plan. Maybe for both sides. So for both boards, white white to move, and in both games we are on move 17, and in both games the players just finished their development. Now we get a move, bishop g5, or what did he do? He went something to the king side. I think it was bishop g5. We will see very shortly though. Yes, bishop g5. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I like that move. So you're trading off your bishop, which is decent, for this bishop, which is a little bit worse, maybe. I'm not exactly sure, but bishop g5. You are losing some time to just trade off this bishop, which is not like a great piece. So he spent 21.5 minutes for this move, and bishop g5, that's like not an amazing move, I believe. So at the very least you can maybe just go f6. It looks a little bit ugly because this bishop is a little bit trapped at the moment, but you can reroute your bishop to b6 and that should be fine. And after f6, white has to go back, and then white lost two moves just to provoke this f6. So I'm not sure if bishop g5 is any good. But even if you take on b5, which is also totally fine, I would say, after a move like queen to g5, now h6 is possible to attack the queen, and now the queen also has to drop back somewhere. This position also looks completely okay. Maybe f6 is a little bit better to just attack the bishop, and it's not too bad to open up this diagonal here because there's no light squared bishop anymore, because his opponent, Zach's opponent Eduard, allowed Zach to trade it off. So imagine there would still be a bishop on c2, then a move like f6 would probably not be that good, because then it's opening up this diagonal and there will be some weaknesses maybe. But here the bishop is gone, and that's why f6 is fine. You can play f6 in this position. There's nothing wrong with that. 6 is totally fine. And the bishop has to go back. It's possible to play bishop h4, but what's your bishop doing on h4? There's nothing happening there. It's just, we say knights on the rim are dim, but if you play bishop h4, this bishop on the rim is dim. So this bishop is doing nothing. So it's just staring into this pawn. It can also not reroute because the knight is in the way. So bishop h4 is not losing anything, even though you have to be careful with some potential g5 ideas. So if bishop f7 happens, then g5 might already be a threat. Okay, you also allow knight f5 there, so that's maybe not what you want to do. But this bishop on the rim is actually dim at the moment. So the bishop on h4 is not doing a thing, nothing. So f6 would be a good move. It would be especially very good if you play that move rather quickly. So if you immediately go f6, attack the bishop has to go back, and now you just gained a move. And now you can continue with your plan. To be honest, I don't know what Zach's plan is, but he has some diff some different ideas. So he can put his rook on the e file and then prepare to eventually take on d4. He can play bishop f7, maybe not, because then you allow knight f5. So that maybe not. But a move like c5 is always kind of a good move. And now with the pawn f6, you can definitely consider preparing the move d5. So you can play something like rook d8 and then go for d5 somehow in the future and try to get the big black center. You can try that to strike in the center. That's definitely a plan. Definitely a plan. And yeah, otherwise you can also try to play on the queen side and push b4 or a4. Both moves are maybe fine, but both moves shouldn't be played immediately. So b4 is just hanging, that's not a good move, but also a4 would not be great because you can also take there, and even with the rook trade included is probably even worse because this pawn is just a weakness right now, and it's not much for white probably, but even if you win this pawn, which is not very likely, then you still have to fight. So then it would still not be very easy to win. But that's not necessary if you Zach has pretty good position here. So f6 would be a very good move right now. He didn't play it yet. He can spend some time because he is up on the clock. He shouldn't spend 20 minutes here, even though this is kind of a critical position, because critical positions are basically always when you trade pieces or if you change the pawn structure. That's always critical. And then also in some cases just in like if you attack or if you try to find a plan. But everything evolving around trades and changes in pawn structure, that's always a critical position. So here the question is trade or don't trade. And I think don't trade would be the better option, and to just lock out your own bishop right now, but in return for that you get two moves for free. One of them is f6 and then you get another move for free. So that's a pretty good deal in my opinion. So f6 is not a bad move or anything. If you could play any move in the position, you wouldn't say, oh my god, I have to play f6, it's so great. That's not the case. But also f6 is not a horrible move. So f6 would be good right now. But also all of the other moves which don't blunder the bishop are also fine. I think there's no real way to even blunder here. So I think everything is fine. So if you can go rook e8 and then after the bishop trade, double your rooks on the e file. That looks logical to my eyes. And then put a lot of pressure on the pawn on e4, and maybe even provoke the d5 push in the center of the board. So maybe that. And rook fe8. Something like this is possible. Also, bishop f6, knight f6, take on g5, queen d8, rook e8. You just have so many moves here, and I think the most important thing is that you don't spend too much time. The time management is a topic that we are talking about a lot in this tournament because there's no additional time. So you have to know when to spend time and when you don't really have to spend time. So this is a position where you have all of the opportunities and a lot of different moves. And it is important that you don't spend like 20 minutes here because it's not that difficult, this position. So Zach has spent some time here, I think almost 10 minutes now. And he should make a move at some point to just try to keep his advantage on the clock. So that would be very, very good if he could do that. So that would be very good. Kostya got the broccoli haircut. No, no, that's not the broccoli. That's not the broccoli haircut. That's a fresh new haircut. Got that yesterday, or the day before. We do not know that. But it's a nice haircut. It's a nice haircut. It's not bad for your elo. Didn't you know that your hair has nothing to do with the way you play chess? There's no correlation between your hair and your chess. Maybe if you go bald and then everyone laughs at you, maybe then there's some correlation, but no, it's not important. Important is training and preparation and sleep and the food that you're eating during a tournament. That's important, but not your haircut. Not your haircut. Maybe that is the least important thing in a chess game. Okay, yeah, good point, good point. How are you supposed to train if you don't look fresh? Yeah, okay, so you have to also just because of the aura, if you look fresh, I think then you feel better during the chess game maybe, and you might also play a little bit better if you have a fresh haircut. So maybe it's not completely useless to have a new haircut because you just generally feel better. But also I think it just doesn't really matter too much. That goes for f6 is the great move. Very good understanding of the position. And the bishop just drops back to e3. That's what I believe happened. Or is about to happen. That's the only move. And now it's Zach's turn again. What does he want to do? He could potentially play bishop f7 to attack the pawn on b3. That is possible. And you always have to calculate what happens after knight f5. So let's see, bishop e3 has been played indeed. And on bishop f7, knight f5. This bishop is hanging first of all, so you would have to protect that or move out of the way. And then this pawn is hanging still, but you can defend it, and it's not too bad for white. But I think we will see some opening up of the position in some moves, and then this light squared bishop, which doesn't have a counterpart on the other side, would just be a pretty good piece. So that's what I think will happen. We will see some move like d5 or c5 or b4 or a4 or taking on d4 or f5. So something like this. We will see a move. We will see a move. Black has a lot of pawn breaks in this position. A lot of pawn breaks. 5 pawn breaks in the position. You don't have that a lot of times. You do not have that a lot of times. 5 pawn breaks. Oh, and we get some moves in Kostya's game. 95 has been played. 95, okay, that's interesting. But the question is, will we not get like some kind of good knight versus decent bishop? If you go e5, that's what Kostya did. Yes, great move. Queen d2. And look at that. Eval bar does not really approve of this move. So maybe we'll get knight e6, and then even with the sacrifice of a pawn, you might consider to take the knight on d5 and then put your knight to f4. So let's see, knight e6 is possible, but it's also maybe a long-term idea. Maybe you can defend the pawn first of all and then do that, because let me just show you what I'm talking about. If we have like some moves, I don't know, you protect this one first, something like this. Here the knight on f4 is such a great piece. This is just a monster, and this is an outpost for the knight because no pawn is able to kick back the knight, and it's just a great piece. And also the bishop cannot trade off for the knight because it's on the wrong color. So this knight is probably as good as one of the white rooks, and that's why black has a huge advantage here. And that's a very important topic for strategy in chess, the good knight versus the bad bishop. Here this bishop is not a great piece right now because the pawn on d5 is blocking the long scope for the bishop, and there's not a lot happening with this bishop here, whereas this knight is just a great piece. So something like that is possible in the future, but it's still like some moves will need to happen until we see a position like that. And queen d2 is on the board. So queen d2. The question is, what do you want to do? And Zach plays a move, and he plays pretty quickly. That's good. Okay, knight b6. Engine says not great, but also not a mistake. Just maybe very slightly inaccurate. Yeah, maybe not the absolute best. Also, I don't understand. Oh, I do understand the idea. The idea is to push d5 in the center of the board. And I like this move now that I see the d5 idea. So if white just plays like king h1, I don't know, then maybe d5 can happen. Apparently it's not great, but it's a difficult position. You have to calculate what happens here. So if you take white in the center, now black ends up with this very nice center, but the problem is that this would just be hanging, and now all of the pawns in the center are just falling, maybe like this with a check, but also you can just take an e5. So this doesn't work immediately, but you have to prepare it a little bit. So you need to go rook e8, bishop f8, and what do you do with this pawn which would still be hanging? Okay, it's taking some time to get what you want. You can also start with a4 though. So let's say you go a4 here. breaking on the queen side on the a file. That is possible. And then if b4 happens, then you also achieved something, because now knight c4 is possible to attack the queen, and also the bishop. Yeah, a4 is a plan, but you don't have to rush here with black. This is more of a slow position, so knight b6 has been played. So we will get some rerouting, I guess. So every single rook on the board is not sure where it belongs. So no rook is placed like perfectly. Maybe the rooks in the a file are kind of where one rook belongs, because this is the only half open file for the white rook, and this rook is just defending the pawn. So that is maybe the right square for the rook. So knight goes to b6. What do we make of this? What do we make of this move? We don't exactly know the plan of Zach, so a4 is maybe his plan, or he wants to reroute his knight, but where does it want to go? I don't see it at the moment. On d7 it's not perfectly situated, not at all. Has to move away to some other square, but the question is, where does it go? That's not clear. So knight b6. Yeah, it's not obvious what the idea behind this is. I don't think that he wants to reroute his knight somewhere, because from d7 there's not a lot of squares you can go to, but also from b6 there's not more squares you can go to. So yeah, I don't exactly know what to do here. Maybe you can play with bishop f7 and put your other rook to b8, for example, and you can even push b4 at some point. So rook b8 and b4 is a plan, at least. So that would be a way to completely lock up the position. So if you go rook b8 and let's just say like rook 2, and you could play like c5, d5, d4, c4, and now the position is completely locked up, and I think this would heavily favor the white side, because here this bishop is the worst piece I've ever seen in my life. It's doing absolutely nothing, and it's also so hard to get it out of there. And this bishop is kind of a good piece, but because the position is so close, here the knights will just be a lot better than the bishops, because closed positions favor the knights and open positions favor the bishops. Because in closed positions it's all about maneuvering, rerouting your pieces, and attacking the weaknesses, and for that the knights are better. They cannot move long distances, but they can change the color. Bishops cannot do that. But in open positions, bishops are better, because the bishops can move long ways, and that's very, very important in an open position, to quickly be able to travel from one side of the board to the other. So bishop e3, and now we had knight b6. Knight h4 has been played. That's attacking the bishop, and also preparing knight to f5. So I think this is a good move. And if a knight lands on f5, you have to see what you can do. But maybe you can go bishop f7 first of all, attack the pawn on b3. So here white has to do something about the threat. So maybe queen c2. And now you can go g6 to prevent any knight jumps to f5. And now I believe that this knight is just misplaced. Earlier we saw the bishop on h4, and the bishop on the rim was definitely dim, but this knight on the rim is also dim, because it can never go to f5, never do anything active, just always, if it wants to do anything, it has to retreat. So, knight h4, bishop f7 is probably the best move, because you want to keep the bishops on the board. And the question is, can white somehow sacrifice the pawn on b3 and go for an attack towards the black king? I think you just don't have enough play. If you go knight f5, then I just take on b3 and... Oh, but you can take here. And then it gets a little complicated. You open up the bishop. Because, okay, here I actually have no idea what's happening. You open up the bishop and you cannot take back, because now there will be bishop takes knight, and if the queen takes, this bishop is hanging all of a sudden. So that's not possible. So if you take here, then maybe this, and now you cannot take back, so you have to maybe go here, attack the queen. And now if the queen moves somewhere, then you can take. And you also have to consider this move right here, this move. Now if the knight takes. Yes, very complicated position. Very complicated. Maybe it's also better to take there actually. Ah, no, it's not, because of 97 with a check. Okay. So bishop f7 definitely comes to mind here. That's a decent move. And otherwise you're losing your bishop, and that's not really what Zach wants, but yeah, no, I wanted to say maybe it's okay for him because he gets his pawn to g6 and that's dominating the knight. But then I saw this bishop on e7, and what is this piece? Like it right now it's like just a big pawn. Just a big pawn. I think the plan should be to put the bishop on b6. So that's another downside of the knight b6 move, because the bishop wants to go there, so the knight is kind of in the way. And if you don't want to put your bishop on b6, then where do you want to put it? What do you want to do with your bishop? It's not an easy question, so I don't really know where this bishop will go. I can't tell you. Knight h4. It's attacking the bishop, so I believe the bishop will drop back to f7. And then we will probably see some queen c2 move. That's what I'm predicting. But there are also other possibilities. Maybe Zach wants to do something like take on d4 and then play d5. But if you take on d4, then you are opening up the c file, so there will be a lot of play on the c file for the white side. The position would be a lot more complicated, but not in a good way, probably. So that's probably not what you want. So taking here would give white the center and the c file, and those are two things you don't want to give the player with the white pieces. in Kostya's game, Queen h4 happened. So Kostya is going for some kind of attack. It's not like a mating attack with huge winning chances all of a sudden, but you can see that the queen on h4 can pose some problems at least, or at least ask some questions. So that's possible that the queen on h4 is just a little bit annoying for Kostya's opponent. So I think that's a good move, just activating your queen. The queen has not moved ever, so Kostya also connected his rooks, which is pretty good. So the queen has been standing there for the entirety of the game, and now the queen goes to h4 where it's more active, and that's a pretty good sign. So Kostya has a pleasant position is what I would say. He only has some weak pawns, a6 and now also d6. So this is an isolated pawn on the rim, on the a file, and this is a backward pawn on d6, which is very standard for the Italian game. So that's what you're willing to do in order to get some activity on the king side with ideas of playing f5 and stuff like that. But for that, you accept the fact that your pawn on d6 is backward and it might be weak in the future. So that's what you accept. Queen h4. Queen h4. I think Kostya will play knight e6 next move. And maybe he will even sacrifice the pawn on a6. But I'm not sure about that actually. But he could. So knight e6. First of all, it's white's turn. And yeah, for white it's not easy to make a move. Like, I don't know. Bishop cannot move because then the pawn on e4 is hanging, and the knight can also not really move. You can only go backwards because the pawn on e4 is hanging. The queen could move, but where do you want to go? I don't really know where this queen wants to go and what white even wants to do. So there is some pressure towards this pawn here, but it's nothing serious. Nothing serious. And even if you go b4, then the knight will just drop to e6, and you're still not winning this pawn because the bishop is defending it. So I'm not seeing white's plan here. I don't know what white wants. I don't know. Queen h4 is a good move though. And now Kostya is also up a few minutes on the clock, which is a good thing in and of itself. And he has a pleasant position, and for Zach it's the same thing. So I think today it's nothing like no crazy games and no crazy complications or anything like that, but it's more of like two strategical, rather slow games. But I think that Kostya and also Zach are both doing a good job at trying to improve their positions and trying to stay up on the clock. So I think they're both doing a good job. That's what I think. And thinking are also their opponents at the moment right now. So that means that Zach has made a move actually, if I think about that for a second. Bishop f7 played in 7.5 minutes. So here's it's like another case of spending a little bit too much time on the same move, because I think bishop f7 is the only move here. It's definitely the best move according to engine. I will just turn on the engine real quick. Yeah, bishop f7 is the best. So the bishop is attacked, and it's very similar to the position we had earlier, where knight a5 happened, and he didn't remove his bishop from b3 and allowed this trade to happen. This is exactly the same thing, just on the other side of the board. And here it's also better to just retreat with your bishop, and that's what Zach does. And you could have also played this move in 30 seconds, so that would also have been fine. But you have to make sure, and it's also not clear what happens if you just give up your bishop and then go for this pawn structure. But if you look at this bishop, then you might not want to do that. Yeah, so we get knight f5, and that's a sacrifice of a pawn. So knight f5, bishop takes b3. Wow. Bishop takes b3, and that's a brave pawn sacrifice, and he plays it in 4 minutes. He thought for 4 minutes for this move. Okay. Okay. So this is a pawn sacrifice, and now Zach could just take the pawn immediately, and I think he will take the pawn because there are not too many threats towards the black king. So if you take the pawn, then you're up a pawn. So obvious statement first of all, but sometimes it's good to say those things to yourself if you're playing the game. So I would be up a pawn, but what are the dangers if you take on b3? So knight on f5 is a very strong piece right now, so you have to be pretty careful, and you have to defend accurately to get an advantage maybe, but also maybe there just might be no advantage at all, and it's not obvious how exactly you want to play this. So bishop takes b3, definitely possible, and here I don't really see the continuation. You could maybe just take the bishop pair and take the bishop and take on e5, but then there's knight c4, you take on d6, queen d6, queen d6, knight d6, and then it's equal. Okay, so yeah, that's probably what he calculated. So bishop b3. Hello, welcome in chat. Gap23 Razor, hello. So bishop takes b3 is a possibility right now, but then Zach's opponent Eduard might take the pawn on e5, and now you cannot really take back. So you cannot take back at all, because then after bishop b6 you have to take back, and then your bishop on e7 is just lost. So you cannot take back, but you have to go knight d4, attacking the queen. And now if white drops back with the queen, then I think here black is close to winning. So as you can see from the eval bar, here black is just up a clean pawn, has a lot of activity and central control, and this will be the dream for Zach. But unfortunately, here after knight c4, there's this very important intermediate move. So the knight is hanging, but using danger levels, you first of all take d6, and you're also attacking the queen right now. And now after, like, I don't know, let's say knight takes d6, now there's apparently something pretty good. I'm not seeing it right now. So if you take and then take, and this is maybe a little bit better for black because you have the bishop pair, but also nothing much. So knight f5 maybe. And the question is, what do you exactly want to do? So knight takes d6, and then it would be pretty equal. You can also do it differently, take back with the bishop, but that wouldn't make too much sense because then you would just give up your pretty good bishop. You have to consider it definitely. So knight h to f5 is a good move. It's a temporary sacrifice of a pawn, but white will get the pawn back, and after that it will be a pretty equal position. So knight f5, probably a good move. That's the move you want to play, but you have to calculate if it's working immediately or if you want to defend your pawn first of all. But Eduard says it's working immediately, and he is right. So he's not better after all of the complications. And now the live board reset itself. Okay. I did not do that. I didn't touch my mouse. Now look at the clock. So there's some issue here right now. The chess.com live boards. Maybe they have. Okay, so we will see an immediately replay of the time usage for both of their moves. Okay, interesting. That was that. Yeah, there's something wrong with the live boards at some times. What tournament is Zach playing in? Zach is playing in Italy in Montesilvano in a tournament with a very long name, which I unfortunately do not exactly remember, but it has something with hotel in the name, also Chess Festival Internazionale. And now that I already mentioned all of that, I will just quickly go here and see the entire name. Can I see that? No, I cannot. I'll look it up on my phone. So Zach is playing in the A Open of the 28th Festival Internazionale di Scacchi Grand Hotel at Dracchio, above 2000. So that's the tournament he's playing in, and you can find the chess results at least in the Chess Dojo channel. And in Zach's channel, I'm not sure if there's a command for that, but no, there's no command. But if you want to take a look at the games yourself, you can look into the Chess Dojo channel, which we're also streaming on right now, and there is a pinned there's a pinned message in chat, and there you can see the current live board and also what kind of tournament this is. Yeah, that's that. So we have Queen e3 in Kostya's game, and it looks like a normal move, just improving the position of the queen slightly, but also you're taking your eye off of the c2 pawn. So the rook is on the c file, and the question is, like, if the knight ever moves, how do you defend the pawn? Probably you just go c3. That should be fairly easy. But if you play c3, then you also leave some holes. So you have to be sure about every single pawn move, because if you move this pawn, then there are knight b3 jumps and stuff like that. And we get two moves. Kostya takes the knight, and then he takes back. And now we have the good knight against the bad bishop. Kind of, at least. And on top of that, I think f5 is a very strong move right now. You can push that pawn to f5, open the f file, or play f4, f3, something like that. And then f5 is probably pretty strong here. I think you should strongly consider playing f5, but the question is also what happens after b4. So b4 is a threat, attacking the knight, and if the knight has to move, then this pawn will be hanging. So maybe it's also better to first of all do something against this threat. Maybe rook b8 to guard the b4 square, and then next move you can still play this, and you also have ideas of actually putting your rook on the b4 square to activating it, so that would also be very much possible. And Zach has not moved, so his time went, and he just did, as I said that. Bishop takes b3, he takes the pawn, and now d takes e5 will be played, and we will see some liquidation here, and then we will see some kind of more or less equal position. So d takes e5 is the, oh, okay, no, you can start with this, that would just transpose, but you have to take here or here, because if you don't take one of those two pieces, then you're just down a pawn for basically nothing. So you have to take one of those two pieces, either take the pawn or take the bishop. If you take the pawn, black cannot take back because of this knight jump. Oh no, wait, sorry. If you take the pawn, black cannot take back because the bishop will take the knight, that's what I wanted to say, and you will lose your bishop on e7. So that's why if white takes, we have to play knight c4, attacking the queen. And here this queen is hanging, and if you take here, then white is completely winning, because right now this is hanging, this is hanging. You cannot defend both pieces at the same time, and you just lost. So that's why in this position you have to take on d6, probably with the knight, but you will lose your bishop anyway, so you might as well take back with the bishop. And then bishop e5 is an idea, and multiple moves come to mind here. So bishop takes b3 plate, and he is taking his time, which is a little bit surprising. He has to make sure, definitely, but he also doesn't have a lot of time left. He's below half an hour, and he already calculated the variations here. I'm pretty sure about that. So he should make a move pretty soon. And Kostya just made a move. He played rook b8, as we expected. Very good move. That's some prophylaxis. And also it's an active move. You put your rook on half open file, attacking the pawn on b2. And you're preventing the pawn from going to b4, which is very important, because I think if you go f5 immediately, then b4 might be possible. Maybe it's just not. Like, it's very, very difficult position. So b4, the knight is hanging. You can consider f4, but I think that's not a great move. And if the knight moves away, rook takes a6. Okay, this is apparently a little bit better for white. And I can see that you take a pawn, and this pawn is also hanging. And if you take here, there's not a lot of compensation. And this would already be not great, because I think you just take the pawn on d6 and attack the knight. So here you can see that b4 is definitely a threat. So that's why rook b8 makes so much sense. Rook b8 is a great move. I think it's also the best move according to engine. Just let me check. Yes, it is. Rook b8 was the best move, and bishop b3 was also the best move. So Zach and Kostya both just played two best moves, which is pretty good. And Zach's opponent Edward is taking his time, really taking his time. He's spent like 4 minutes, and he shouldn't take too much time because he might just end up in a time scramble, and there's not a lot of time added on the clock here, so he shouldn't spend too much here. He really shouldn't. Bishop takes b3 has been played. Bishop takes b3, yeah. You have to take on e5 right now, or on e7, but at least one of the moves has to be played, and it also has to be played rather quickly for him. And I will take something to drink. Okay, and right now, Zach's opponent does not appear to be playing immediately, and also I think that we will not see a move from Kostya very soon. So I will take a short break and I will be back in a few minutes. So see you guys very soon. Okay. I am back. So, what happened? What happened? Bishop takes b3, and we got a lot of moves in Zach's game, and no moves in Kostya's game, which means that Alexandro has been thinking for a long time, and he is now significantly below on clock, behind on clock. I think you say behind on clock. He has less time. That's definitely right. So, in Zach's game, we had knight takes e7, queen takes e7, d takes e5, knight c4, now e takes d6, and now Zach played queen e6. Okay. Okay. So, I think that he wants the queen to be more passive. So, from my understanding of the position, his idea is that after a move like queen d4, that now he wants to take on. Ah, ah, I don't know if that's good. Maybe not. I thought he wanted to take here, but then there's probably rook b1 or something like that. Maybe the other rook to b1 also. Okay, so he still has to take on d6 if the queen moves. Or maybe his idea is to go rook d8 and take on d6 with a rook. So that's possible, definitely. Queen e6. Yeah, queen e6 is possible. And then still, I don't fully understand why you just don't like take it. Right, with the queen, you can take it. Then you will trade off queens, and to be honest, like here after some turns and knight f5 happens, it will most likely end in a draw. So draw is the most likely result by a huge margin. So if anyone wins this game, maybe it's Zach, because he has this 3 against 2, which is a little bit better than here this 4 against 3. But that's only like a small detail, so yeah, because of the opposite colored bishops, it's very, very drawish. But there are still other pieces on the board, so there's still everything to play for here. Is there a site of the tournament? Yes, there is. If you're in the chat of the chess nerd, then the easiest would probably to just quickly visit the other channel of Chess Dojo, where we are also streaming. You don't have to leave this stream, you can just go to the Chess Dojo channel. We are streaming on 3 different accounts. On the Chess Dojo account, on the one you're on, the Chess Nerd, and then also on my account, which you can see from the command in chat. That's my Twitch channel, so feel free to drop a follow and also follow my Instagram, where I'm more active at the moment. It's also linked on my Twitch account. So with my Instagram, I'm pretty active, so feel free to check that out if you want to, obviously. You do not have to do that. So yeah, that's probably just the easiest to go over to the other stream. And there you can see the site for the tournament, where the games will be, and there should also be a link to the chess results somewhere at least, or you just look up the name of the tournament, which is Festival Internazionale Grande di Scacchi something Open A. So yeah, you can also look up that. There you can find the site of the tournament with the regulations. That's also somewhere. And for Zach, there is the command schedule where you can find out when the rounds will be. So if you want to see when the next two rounds will be, then just do exclamation mark schedule to see Zach's and Kostya's schedule. So today is round 7, so there will only be 2 more games. And in the last round, everything will be decided basically. So the last rounds are always the most important rounds because of the momentum. First of all, if you end on a win, then you have a good feeling. If you end on a loss, then you do not have a good feeling. And also in the last round, it's decided how much rating you're gaining or maybe even losing. How am I? Did Zach win yesterday? Very, very good. So I'm doing very good as always. So I greatly appreciate everyone writing into chat and letting me know of their thoughts about the game, but also asking me about anything. Just feel free to write whatever you want into chat if it's appropriate, obviously. And yes, yesterday Zach got the win. He played a pretty good game, and especially because his opponent made one critical mistake, which showed that he didn't really understand the position, and that was that he traded off the queens when he was down a pawn, and Zach also had the bishop here, so trading queens was just wrong in that position because he had to play for the weak king of Zach. But yeah, he traded the queens, and Zach just had a great position, and he went on to win that pretty easily, which was very, very good. And this is actually the current live position, queen e6. Now, Zach's position is fine. He could have also just taken the pawn on d6. Might have been a little easier, but this is also totally fine. I don't fully understand the idea behind this move. So after like queen d4, you have to calculate this. But it's, like I said, completely fine here, so there's nothing to worry about. So yeah, it's a decent position, and for Zach, the best thing in his position is his clock, and it's rare that I say that. It's rare that I say that. So Zach is almost up half an hour, which is amazing. Zach's time management this game has been very, very good, and that's a great thing. Like actually a great thing because at least from my perspective, his time management has been one of his biggest weaknesses so far in basically every single tournament which I've covered, but also in just the other games which I just looked at for fun. Zach is pretty much in like every second game or something like that, he's in time trouble. So that's something he might have to work on. So if he gets that right, then he can definitely progress a lot faster because technically and also strategically he's just a very, very good chess player. So he understands where the pieces belongs, and with tactics especially he's just a very, very good. So in Blitz he is amazing. So he really knows what to do, and his intuition is great. So I think for him it would be very good if he would just play more on intuition, and that's what he's doing in this game. Queen e2 has been played. Now Zach will probably take with the knight. He's also attacking the pawn on e4, and bishop c4 might happen next move. So I do kind of understand why he did it like this, because with this move now after knight d6, it's maybe a slight, very, very thin difference, but if you were to take immediately here, now you're maybe not threatening, now you're not threatening to take on e4. So this is actually a pretty good intermediate move. So Zach wanted to take the pawn on b2, and he thought the queen has to go to e2, and it's okay to think that, but knight b2 there might have been some rook b1 or something, but it was not obvious at all. So queen e2, and now after knight b6, now I do understand why Zach did that. So the next move is knight takes e4 if possible, but that will be defended by like f3 or something. But I think that position is a little bit pleasant for Zach. He will go rook e3 maybe, a4, and then rook d8, something like that. And then he just has a decent position. So knight d6 has not been played yet, but I think it will be the move. He could also think about taking the bishop if he wants to complicate it a little bit. So knight takes e3, definitely possible. And after queen takes e3, you take the pawn. And now probably one of the main issues is that the knight can jump to f5, attacking the queen, and it's just a very, very strong piece there. And there will be some nice moves for white. So queen g3 and e5, some moves like that come to mind. And also knight d4 back, potentially attacking the bishop. So some moves come to mind, and I think this would be pleasant for white. It would just be easier to take on d6. But I know Zach, and he always wants to win. And maybe this position is just too equal for him, and he wants to complicate it. But you shouldn't go for this line, because here this knight is better than this bishop. Even though the position is kind of opened up, I think this knight is better than the bishop because of this great f5 square, and you can also go to d4, and this knight on d4 is a very, very good piece. So let's just say go here, knight d4, attacking the bishop, also the pawn here. So something like that definitely comes to mind. But yeah, there will be a move on the board very shortly. And I see a question in the Chess Dojo channel. So, what's the best way for Kostya to get his queen involved? It looks a bit out of the action. Yeah, that is true. The queen is kind of out of the action. So it looks like that if there will be any action, then it would be more like on the queen side or in the center. But for Kostya, his plan is to go f5 at some point. So that's the move he wants to play, and we also get a move. So queen d2 has been played. Oh my god, queen d2. Look at this. That's the first move in that's the first move in both of the games which has been rewarded anything. So we did not have a great move yet which has been rewarded an exclamation mark. This has been rewarded a question mark, so this is a mistake. And Kostya strikes f5, which is a great move. And look at this, all of a sudden he's very close to winning. And now his queen is definitely not out of action. His queen is the action. So the queen is very active on h4, and this pawn is hanging first of all. The knight is better than the bishop. The king is weak. So it's a great position for Kostya all of a sudden, just because of this queen d2 move. And that didn't do anything. So I don't understand why you go queen d2 here. So the queen on e3 is decently placed. Like, it's very hard to even make a move here. But queen d2, that's just looks like a small step in the wrong direction. So queen d2, I don't know, it just looks passive. I don't understand the idea behind that move. Maybe you realize that it could become a little bit unpleasant, so you have to do something. So maybe just retreat your rooks from the A file, so go like rook d1 or something. Or if it's very, very bad, then just try to go for a pawn break, play f4, which looks a little wrong, but maybe f4 is okay. To just get some space and then potentially go queen f2, something like this. But queen d2, I don't understand what the queen is doing on d2 that it was not doing on e3. And if you can decide between d2 and e3, I would choose e3 every day of the week. So I don't exactly understand why he went back with his queen, but maybe Kostya can tell us more about that after the game. So f5, great move. That's his plan. That's the move he wants to play anyway. So that's very good news actually right now. And I think Kostya can be very happy with his position. And if he gets a win today, then it will be pretty good. Because if he wins today, he's on five and a half out of 7, and that's first of all a great tournament. And then he still has huge winning chances. So he has huge winning chances to win the whole tournament itself. And that would be amazing for him. That would be a great result. So right now he's not at his peak rating. And I also do not exactly know what his peak rating is. But he has crossed 2400 at some point. So I will look that up real quick. Kavutskiy FIDE. So let's see what is his peak rating progress chart. 2430 is his peak in August 2018. Yeah, maybe he was even higher with live rating, but maybe not. We do not know that. 2430. And right now he's at 2328. So he lost 100 rating points in the last 6 years. And in this tournament, he will most likely get at least some of those 100 rating points back. So that's a good thing, first of all. And yes, as you say, f5, bringing the queen into action. And this position just looks close to losing, if it's not losing already. What does the eval boss say exactly? It says minus 1.9. That would be winning for Kostya. And that's very good. Like, he has been playing very consistently against the weaker players, sorry, especially against the weaker players. So he has not allowed any kind of like any kind of moments where he was in trouble or something like that. So I think in no game that he played, he was actually in trouble. So he was always playing for a win, and in one game he just made a quick draw, which was fine. And in the other two games against the GM and yesterday against the International Master, he was also with the black pieces completely outplaying the other GM from Spain, Daniel Leal, and that was a great game from him. And then yesterday against Mark, he also played a very good game. He sacrificed the whole house. Everything to his name was sacrificed yesterday. So at first he sacrificed. Do I know how that went? Yes, I think I do. At first, he sacrificed a piece, then he sacrificed another piece, then he sacrificed an exchange, and he also sacrificed a pawn somewhere. So he sacrificed everything, which was very, very good. But then at the end, there was this stupid perpetual check, and that was very, very annoying. And he was very sad. But he doesn't have to be sad. The result is very disappointing, obviously, but he can be very proud of himself, actually, that he has not been worse in any game. Like, maybe there was, like, yeah, against Daniel Leal. No, there was not even, he was not even, like, actually worse. Oh, but there was one game where he was definitely worse. Against whom was that? I don't remember, but there was one game where where he was worse by a huge margin. So yeah, there was one game, but just one, and that's a very, very good quote. So only one game, that's pretty good. And F3 is played, and look at the eval bar, it's just rising up, and that's to the favor of us. The higher the black bar gets, the better the advantage and the better the position is for Kostya. So F5 and now F3 has been played. And now the question is, what exactly do you do? This was a pawn move, and as we know, every pawn move leaves a new square undefended. So it might be possible to jump into g3 with your queen at some point. Maybe not immediately, but in the future you can definitely go queen g3 and just jump in there and try to create some further problems. Yeah, but right now the question is, what exactly do you do? Like, everyone is seeing that you have a great position. The only question is, how exactly do you convert your advantage right now into like a completely winning position? Because that's one of the hardest things in chess. Winning a winning position. It's not easy at all. So here Kostya is winning, he's up on clock, everything is going in his favor, but he has to find like the knockout blow, and that is not easy. But look at this bishop, like this is not a bishop anymore. This is such a horrible piece. And then look at this knight compared to that, which is a great piece. It would be way better if it would be on f4, but that's a long way to get there. But that's okay. The knight on c5 is also very good. But this bishop on g2, look at that. That's not a good piece. That's not a good piece. So as we see from the eval bar, but also if we just look at the position, Kostya has a great position right now, and he is close to winning. And it's good that he has double the time compared to his opponent. That can never be bad. Oh my god. That was a pretty bad voice crack. Oh my god. I have to drink something. Now I'm all embarrassed. Yeah, that was not great. Has not happened to me in a long time. Okay, now I think we're good. Yeah, that was not great. Okay. Edward plays knight f1. Knight f1? Really? Is this pawn not hanging? Just asking, like, what happens if you take on e4? Maybe knight d2 is the idea, probably actually. Knight d2, bishop d2, takes, rook d8, and now bishop f4, and then this pawn on d6 is maybe slightly annoying, and also the pawn on a5 is hanging. So let's see, if you take here, then probably knight d2 happens. Maybe not. Maybe not knight d2. What is it? But if you go knight d2, it's not that good. Or maybe it is. So it take, and then bishop takes. Oh, you take with the queen. Ah, and then you're supporting this pawn, and you're also controlling the e file. So if a rook lands on e7, then it will be very, very good for white. Okay, you take with the queen. That makes so much sense, actually. And you can put your bishop to c5, and this pawn is just a monster. So this is a very, very good pawn. So queen d2. Knight f1 is a great move. And now Zach shouldn't be greedy. He should just take the pawn on d6 and then just play it from there. And now is the time to put some pressure on the clock. So this is kind of tempting to take on e4 and then argue that this pawn is a weakness here. But after knight d2, the knight's trade off, and then this pawn on d6, it's not a weakness, it's the opposite. It's actually a strength. And that would not be great news for Zach, because if he goes for queen e4, he has a lot of problems in the near future happening, and that's not what he wants, not at all. So Zach will take some time, and we will go over to Kostya, who played e4. Wow. Yes, e4 looks crushing. E4 looks amazing. So basically he's saying, if you take one of my pawns, I will take the other one of your pawns. So if he takes on e4, then Kostya will take on g4 probably. Maybe. Okay, I don't understand the eval bar at all right now, but let's just ignore that. So I think here he will take on g4, and then he can reroute his knight to e5. So let's say we go here, and then rook f1, knight e5, something like this. And the knight will take on g4, and the pawn on a6, it doesn't matter, you can just sacrifice it. This knight here is such a strong piece, and right now, after knight takes g4, next move, there's actually a huge mating attack, which would be pretty hard to defend against. But even if there wouldn't be this mating attack, this knight is just so strong here. So this is a great move, and it's also very instructive. So this e5 square would be the perfect square for the knight if the pawn takes here. And you're freeing up the square for the knight. So c5 is good, but e5 is just better. And if you take here, then Kostya will take on f3, attacking the bishop, and this pawn is still hanging, queen g3 is coming, and if you take here, I think now everything is winning. You can take here or take there. I think it doesn't matter too much. Maybe you take here. Ah, no. Maybe you just take here first. And then still the bishop is hanging, the pawn is hanging. Yeah, this is way better than taking on f5. And you will also be up a pawn, and you will have two connected pass pawns. So if your attack is not strong enough, you can just trade off the queens and then probably win the endgame. So e4 is such a great move, and also the pawns can never move forward. This is a threat right now, just completely opening up the position, and the bishop cannot take back and defend this pawn at the same time. So e4 is such a great move, and queen f2 has been played, and a queen trade is not what Kostya wants, not at all, and that's why he immediately drops back with his queen, which is another great move, because now he is threatening to go e3, attacking the queen, and after that go f4. So let's say white just does nothing, goes like rook d1, then e3 would be completely winning. And we see it's not the only thing that's completely winning, but e3, and now after some queen move, now it's f4, and that's a protected pass pawn on the third rank, and this pawn is so strong, and this bishop is so bad, and now the position is closed up, so you will not play for some kind of attack, but you will just play and hope that this pawn on e3 is strong enough to let you win the game. And I think that will be the case in 90% of time here. So this is just such an amazing pawn there. And the knight is such a good piece, the bishop is such a horrible piece, and the pawn is worth more than this bishop right now, probably. So this is just cutting the board into two halves. So it's very difficult to coordinate your pieces. So queen f2 has been played, queen h6 played by Kostya. Alexandro getting low on clock. He will be in a time trouble fairly soon. And on Zach's board, we had queen d6. It's okay. Like, he wants to have his knight on c4 still being active. That makes sense. And we immediately get knight d2. Okay, and now if Zach takes, then queen takes, rook d8. Then he is pretty equal, but Zach is probably maybe slightly better because he has control over the d file. But if the bishop lands on d4, then black also doesn't have control over the d file anymore, and then it will probably be a draw very soon. But we get a4, and that's an interesting move. a4. That has been played in 32 seconds, so Zach didn't spend any time on this move, so he probably already thought beforehand that he wants to play like this. And the question is, what exactly happens if you take on b3? So now you end up in a situation with a very good knight. This knight is it's such an amazing piece, and like, it's playing against this bishop, which is also not bad, but not a great piece. So here, I think if someone is better, then it has to be black, and because this knight is just like such a strong piece. And then also black has the idea of going rook a2 or rook a4 to double the rooks. So rook a2 and the pawn lands on a2, and that would be a pretty strong pawn, although you have to be careful not to blunder anything. So if you blunder away that pawn, that would not be ideal. So that's not what you want to do. So yeah, a4 is interesting though. And knight takes b3 would probably be not very good. But the plan behind this move was anyway to take this knight off the board. Now Zach will take back with the bishop, attacking the queen, and then the next move will be rook d8, rook e8, and queen e6, and then trading off the rooks, then trading off the queens, and then it will be a draw. Knight takes c4 has been played, and now Zach is thinking here. He can also consider to take with the pawn actually, but then then you kind of trapped your own bishop on b3. Taking with the pawn is a funny move. You have some advantages, but also some disadvantages. So at first it doesn't look very good because you destroy your own pawn structure, and this bishop is like in prison. The bishop can never escape, and it's doing like almost nothing. But then this bishop is defending the d1 square, a very important detail. So that's that's the good thing. And now Zach could put his rooks on the d file and try to somehow infiltrate, but I think there are just no squares to infiltrate, and maybe there's nothing to play for on the d file if the bishop just stays here. And then long term, this bishop will be much worse than this bishop because this is just in prison. So Zach has made up his mind and he plays bishop c4, and that's the right move. So bishop c4 is definitely a good move. Also, it's way better than just taking with the pawn. And now the question is, does Eduard settle for like somewhat more of an equal position with the queen trade? Or at least with the offer of the queen trade first of all? Or does he want to activate his queen and go like queen f3 or something like that? And oh, he plays rook 81. Okay. Queen is hanging right now, but this is a good intermediate move. And I didn't consider it, but it's like very logical. And now if you take here, that would be not great because now white takes here and the bishop is hanging, this pawn is hanging, and white would win at least the pawn on c6 and has big winning chances. So taking on e2 is not a good move. And also you don't have a useful move with your queen because this queen is hanging. You could think that you can now move away with your queen and attack something or capture something, but there is nothing to capture, so rook 81 is a good move. Queen e6 played by Zach. Now the queen is hanging, the pawn is hanging, so queen f3 or queen g4 has, or queen c2, not because of bishop b3. Oh no, that's also possible because here after bishop. Oh no, that's not. Sorry, I cannot see. I thought here I'm able to go queen d6, but yeah, that is not possible. The queen cannot move in. I don't even know what shape that is. In an L and then like a rook. That's not possible. So after queen e6, I think we will get queen f3. And then Zach will maybe go rook d8, which would make sense to trade the rooks. But also Zach wants to win and put pressure on the clock, and trading the rooks would make the position a lot easier to play. So maybe he keeps the rooks on the board and instead goes for something like a3 at some point. Not right now immediately, because then there will be bishop c5 attacking the pawn and the rook, but maybe he goes like rook e8 and then a3, something like this. Maybe this is possible to try to open up the a file and then infiltrate with the rook to a2, something like that. So maybe that's what we will see. Queen e6 and queen g4 has been played. Okay, so now queen takes g4 is possible, but I doubt that we will see it, to be honest. But it's definitely possible. So now there's a pretty easy way to withdraw here. You can trade off the queens and now put your rook on the d file and like just to make some moves. Let's go here, here, and here, and then here. I don't know. Just make some moves. You take the rook. You put the other rook to d8. The rook's upgraded, and here you agree to a draw because of the opposite colored bishops, and here there's nothing left to do. And white will dominate on the white squares, and black will dominate on the white squares, and white will dominate on the black squares. So the bishop will go to c5, and single pawn on the queen side is blockaded, and this will just be a draw. So even Zach will not play on here. So to take the queen would be possible, and Zach does it. And I think it's a good decision. Like you can try to complicate the position here because you're up on the clock. But I think you might as well also just trade off and kind of settle for the draw. But also it's not over yet, so there are still some tricks in the position, maybe a little bit. So it's not over, and still like a3 at some point, and you could be able to create an outside passed pawn. And if you do that, then you have slight winning chances. But also if white just plays bishop c5, then it will be very hard to create an outside passed pawn, to be honest. So yeah, I think we will see a draw in like the next 20 minutes, maybe even sooner. So yeah, I think that's the way Zach's game will end. But now let's go back to Kostya's game. So Kostya, oh, a lot of moves have happened. So Queen h6, e3 was the threat, and now we had Queen g3, and that's not a good move because now the same thing is happening. Oh, this is horrible for white. f4 attacking the queen, and if the queen moves away, it went to f2. So you wasted two moves and you get kicked back again. So this is a disaster right now. And here there is maybe even something better, which is maybe winning on the spot. I will check with the engine because I'm too bad at chess. Apparently you take the pawn and okay, maybe not. Yeah, the engine is kind of weird. e3 is logical. And now queen e2 happened. Now Kostya went queen g7, which is a great move, putting more pressure on the pawn on b2. And now c3 has been played. And now the b3 square is also open for his knight. So the knight could jump to b3. The question is what happens after that. But Kostya is just completely winning right now. He's dominating on the black squares, and this bishop is the worst piece I've ever seen in my life. I've said it twice now, but I think this bishop is way worse than the bishop I've seen before in the other game. So this is completely over actually. So here there's nothing left to do anymore all of a sudden, and Kostya will be winning again. And that's very, very good news. And okay, Zach plays rook d8, bishop b6, and now rook d3. Rook d3 is a good move, and now the idea is to attack the bishop forever. Okay, first of all we get the rook trade. Now if you go rook d1, then this pawn is hanging. So first of all you have to play f3 to protect the pawn, or you go e5, and then rook e8 will most likely happen. And it will also doesn't really matter what you play. 3, almost everything will just be a draw in like the next few moves. Now rook b8, bishop a5, rook a8, bishop b6 would be one way to repeat the position here. But there are also different options. But I think we will go back to Kostya's game. He played queen e5, which is another good move, improving the position of his queen. And now rook d1 has been played. Yeah, now the only piece which is not perfectly placed is the rook on f8. So you have to figure out some kind of plan. Maybe you can go rook f7, rook b7, and put a lot of pressure on the b file. So maybe you can do that. But also, maybe you can play for h5 and open up the h file. So maybe that's another good idea. So you have a lot of good ideas. in the position, and I think you can even just move around until, oh, I wanted to say until move 40 until the additional time, but you will get no additional time, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. But still, I think Kostya will most likely win here, because his position is just so good. The position is amazing right now, and this pawn is such a great pawn. Such a great pawn. And in Zach's game, we see a3, pawn takes, rook takes. One pawn is traded off. The pawn on c3 will be hanging. And one way to conclude the game now would be to go bishop e4, rook d3, and now after a move like rook d1, now you go rook e3 in order to trade off the rooks, and this would be a draw, even though you drop this pawn, which might be a little bit unnecessary. This is still complete draw. So yeah, bishop d4 has been played, and now Zach can go bishop rook b3, sorry. But I think it's way easier to just play king f7 first of all, and then go rook b3 in the next turn. And that's what he does. It's not necessary to sacrifice a pawn, because Zach will maybe even try to play for a win in this position. e5 has been played. Now this pawn is hanging, and you shouldn't allow that. So now rook b3 is maybe not a great move, because to allow white to capture on f6 is not what you want. So you should play f takes e5. Just take the pawn, and the rook can take, the bishop can take. Doesn't really matter too much. And I think now the game will shortly end in a draw. So I'm very sure that both games are about to conclude, and that we are very sure about the results of both games already, which is kind of good, because then it's not that exhausting and thrilling, but also sometimes it's good when there is a lot of tension and it's better to watch. But also sometimes it's good, Kostya is winning, he will outplay his opponent, and we can just praise him for his good conversion. So that's also sometimes nice. Bishop f1 has been played, and Alexandro is trying to do something, but it will be very, very hard to not lose this game. And the rook will go to b8 probably now, and then there's so much pressure on this pawn, and there are so many ideas. Like you can attack this pawn one more time. So one idea would be to first of all protect the pawn on a6, just for your safety, for prophylaxis, and you don't have to do that, but you can. But you also can just play rook b8 and just leave the rooks on the b file for like a pretty long time. Takes on e5, takes on e5 in Zach's game. So yeah, not a lot happening there anymore. Is there some way to blunder here? I doubt it. I really doubt it. And now another good variation to end the game immediately, which might actually happen. Yes, because bishop c4 has been played, and now there is the opportunity to go rook e7 check, and you're sacrificing your rook, and if the king takes, bishop c5, that's check to the king, and also the rook is attacked, so that would just be a draw after the rook trade. And especially here, rook e7, you don't want to decline and play for a win. That's not what you want. First of all, if you go here, then this is hanging and this is a threat, and the position is just complicated all of a sudden, not what you want. But also here there is rook d7, which is a check, and king f8 would not be good because the pawn is hanging. And what would be even way worse is if you go king h8, because then there's rook takes g6, which would just be mate in one. So next move is just mate. So rook e7 would end the game immediately, and if you play a move like that, if you liquidate, you can spend some time, which is good. Like, this is very obvious that it will be a draw after that, and there's nothing left to do. But yeah, rook e7 can be played now, and then the players will agree to a draw. And was it played? It was not. Okay, so maybe Eduard didn't see rook e7, or he saw it but didn't think it was necessary, or maybe he wants to play for a win because he thinks that his pieces are a little bit more active. But yeah, I think that the players also know that it's not likely that anyone will win in their game today. So yeah, I think both players kind of already know that it will be a draw. And in Kostya's game, we see rook e8. Okay. Why? My question is why? Why do you go to e8? To support the pawn on e3. But then, my question is, how do you get the queen away from e2? Like, what is your plan? Like, what do you do? I'm not really seeing it. Where is my board? I lost my board. Why though? Is this right? Oh no, now I did everything wrong. This and this, yes. Now we're good. I think you didn't even see that, but I had a whole mess here on my screen. F4. Oh wow, the evil boss says Zach is better now. Minus 0.1. Ooh. Because of bishop d5 probably, and then you're threatening rook a2, and then you have your own counterplay all of a sudden. So bishop d5, and like this is very, very drawish, but there is a world and where Zach can create winning chances here, and I think goes rook a2 immediately. Okay, also good. Yes, that's maybe even better because bishop d5 will happen next move, and then you will at least drop the pawn, and Zach can definitely win here. So f4 was not a great move. Rook e7 would have been a draw immediately, and you should have went for that. So this is not great because you cannot block with your rook, and you also cannot really defend your pawn anymore. You can step back to g1, but then bishop d5 happens. This pawn is attacked, and you can still play like bishop 2, but you have to be a little bit careful here because like rook c2 happens, this pawn is attacked, and there are some ideas of giving it check, and it's still a draw, but you can play this position. King g3 played, now still bishop d5 comes to mind, then bishop f2 is the only move which is not losing the pawn on g2, but white pieces are all of a sudden slightly uncoordinated, so bishop d5, and I think Zach has very, very small, but he has some kind of winning chances. So it's not complete obvious draw. Bishop d5 played indeed. And now Eduard only has 3 minutes left, and Zach has plenty of time. And now this is a position where Zach shouldn't use a lot of time. Kostya first of all plays the GM move, so he has completely winning position, and just to exert some dominance, he goes King G7. That's always a move which is indicating like I can even kind of do nothing and still be winning. And this is like a grandmaster move. Kostya is international master, but that's still good enough. So King G7. You never know. Prophylaxis is always a good thing. Maybe he also wants to activate his king. You never know. Or maybe here he can go to f6. Maybe not, because then this pawn will hang with a check in some variations. But King G7 is like, this is some high class prophylaxis. You can probably just go for some plan immediately, but first of all, to play this move definitely makes sense, and I think this is just a great move. It does not a lot, but in some far away universe, there is some variations with a check on the back rank. So he sidesteps that and goes to G7, where his king is very slightly safer. So King G7, good move. Good move played by Kostya. Bishop D5 on Zach's board, and Eduard is down to almost 1 minute. So there's still something to play for here for Zach all of a sudden. So I think Zach has some chances, some small chances. So Bishop D5. Bishop D5. And now we see F5, and he's giving up a pawn. Like, this is still a draw, and maybe he is not. No, but he is kind of giving up a pawn somehow. And Zach takes it. And now Zach has to be careful. Don't take here, because then there will be rook takes d5. Oh, not rook takes d5? Why not? Why not? Rook takes f5 first. Yeah, sorry. Rook takes f5 first makes so much more sense. And then if the king moves, then you sacrifice your rook for the bishop, but the bishop was protecting your own rook. So king takes, and now you lose this rook and you will lose the game. So this is a trick that you have to look out for. King h3, and now rook d2 has been played. Zach is up a pawn. And it's still very drawish, but look at this, b4 is incoming, and if you get b4 b3, then it's close to winning. If you do like a move which does nothing, so like rook e1, look at this, b4, and then all of a sudden it's like not obvious anymore, because you cannot take, because your bishop is just falling. But also in the next move, b3 will come. So let's say you go like rook b1 and now b3. Look at this, it's losing. The pawn is just too strong. b2 will happen, bishop a2 will happen, and the game will be over. So b4 is a huge threat right now. So rook d2 is a great move. And f6 has been played, so b4. Oh my god, Zachary Sane is winning. f6. He thought, let's be tricky and play for a trick, but now b4 is just winning. I think Zach doesn't believe it. Oh my god. He can just play b4. He goes bishop e6, which is apparently also winning. I don't even know if b4 was good, but also looked good. Oh no, maybe rook e7 there actually was kind of tricky. So bishop e6, found by Zachary Sane, even better. Way better calculation than me. So bishop e6 and all of a sudden Zach is winning. Oh my god. How does that happen? Now h5 is a threat and rook d3 is a threat. This is hanging all of a sudden. Oh my god. b4 is still now is definitely a threat. So there are just too many threats right now. You cannot defend h5 and b4 at the same time. Rook e1, and now you can decide if you want to go h5 and win the pawn, or if you want to go b4 and create your own pass pawn. I think both moves might be winning. Let's check. h5 is winning. It's not. Engine doesn't know, but practically you can definitely win. But I think b4 is the move right now, because the pawns are not. Okay, yeah. The pawns are not the pawns are not that important in opposite colored bishop endgames. Doesn't matter too much if there's a rook or not. But the passed pawns are what's the most important thing. So to push up your pawns, that's what you want to do. And now you cannot take, and the pawn will end up on b3. Let's see. Hopefully he didn't go for h5. He played h5. Yeah, that's okay. Engine now says it's still completely winning, and probably Zach will win, especially because he's just up on the clock. So h5 is still a very good try, but b4 was just winning on the spot, I believe. You could go b4, b3, b2, bishop a2, make a queen, rook takes, take the rook, you win the game. Just run with your b pawn. That was the whole idea. Now, king h4 has been played, and this is apparently completely losing. Completely losing. Question is why? Hello everyone. Welcome in chat. Welcome. Oh yeah, that's a good point. b4 bishop e3. Yes, I didn't see that, but yeah. Yes. Okay, that's yes. I have to check on that quickly. b4 bishop e3. And what do you do now? You can't sacrifice the exchange. I don't see it. What? Why is this so good? Okay, I think I will check with the engine because I don't know. You cannot. No, but rook b2, like this is not obvious. Like rook b2, then white takes, rook b4, and then white takes on h6, and I think that's a draw. Like even if you have 2 against 0, it still might be a draw. But it's a little bit complicated. So rook b2 is fine, but I think the position there would be a draw. Let's quickly take a look. Rook b2. Okay, so the engine doesn't know. The engine doesn't know. -1. So maybe it's a draw, maybe it's winning. We will never know. And there's still too much pieces left to check with table base. But this position, bishop takes g4. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we get 7, and maybe if we're lucky 8 is also enough, then we could check with table base if the position is winning or if it's a draw. But this will not be important in our game because h5 has been played, threatening this, king h4, and now Jack. Oh, Zach takes with the pawn. Oh no. That's not good. Wait, weren't you? I think you could have just. Yeah, Zach, look at this. I think Zach could have played rook g2 with the threat being to take the rook, to take the pawn with your rook. And if you go here, then you go check. And if king h3, then you just go rook e4. And this is a discovered check, and you win the rook. So that would have just won the game. Rook g2, and then rook g4 on the next move. Oh, g5 mate. Yes, that's even better. That's even better. G5 mate. G5 mate. I'm not very sharp today, I have to admit. G5. Mate in 1. H5. King h4, but unfortunately Zach rushes here. He has all of the time in the world and takes on g4, and now it's close to a draw again. He spent 2 minutes for this move. Why did he do that? Why did he do that? He takes on g4, rook a1 is played, and now there is counterplay. Look at this, rook a7 is happening, and rook h2, but now king g5, king g5, and it looks very weird. I don't understand why you wouldn't go to g3, because now this pawn can potentially run up the board. And also there's a lot of checks right now. So rook h5, rook f5. And now look at the evil bar, now it's completely winning again. Yes, rook h5, rook f5 has been played. You cannot take here because of rook f1. That will win the rook. So rook f5. I thought he took on g4, but he didn't. That was my move. Rook f5 check. And now Zach is winning again, which is great news, because next move he will play rook f3 and maybe g5 even to go king g6. Not necessary, but you can. Maybe that's a good idea actually to make some space for your own king. And there is this kind of weird perpetual where you always just go in circle. So there is this this idea is in the position, but yeah, it's not happening. King g3, and now the question is, what do you do and how do you win? I think at some point you should probably play g5 to make some space for your king, so that the king can go to g6, because there it's safe from any checks. And this pawn can also never advance. So I think that's probably the way to win. But now we have to go over to Kostya's board. We have not been there in a long time. And let's... I think they've made a lot of moves. Yeah. So rook a1 has been played. Now h5, played by Kostya, wants to open up the h file, and that's what it does. Queen f6 to go for queen h4. We have to quickly check up because Alexandro is also in time trouble. Queen h2, no, that just allows rook h8. a5. a5, wow. What happens on rook takes a5? What happens? E2. e2, bishop e2, rook b2. Okay, great move, a5. So you cannot take, and then a5. Let's see, bishop d4 has been played, and now a4. Wow, sacrificing the rook. This would not be a game of Kostya if he wouldn't sacrifice anything. Look at this, brilliant move. a4 has been played. What a move! What a move! So he's arguing that if you take, then the pawn is running through. So rook d1 has been played, and now Kostya goes for rook b7, and king f1 has been played with 3 seconds on the clock. So Alexandro, we see it being played. He is pretty calm on the board, but I think he is realizing that he is losing this game. So now the question is only how exactly do you win? So you have a great position right now. It's completely over, but only question is how exactly do you win? That's the only question. And in the meantime, Zach is taking some time, which is good because now I think he should play g5 because otherwise there is this idea of rook a7 and rook a8 and just checks on those two files, and there might even be a potential mate, but that's a little bit far away, but I can just show what I'm talking about. Oh, it's actually black to move. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you a lot. Dinova91. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So, I think g5 is good. Because if you play something else, let's say like you go, I don't know, rook h5. Now there might be rook a7 check, and then rook here check, and then if you go king h7, now f7, and the pawn is threatening to run through, and if you take the pawn, then it's checkmate. So they have to be careful not to allow anything like that. And I think that's why the g5 is such a strong move right now. If he finds g5, I think the game will be over because g5, now the idea is that the king will go to g6, and now there are no ideas of pushing the pawn ever. You will just take it with your rook, or with a bishop, with a bishop probably. And if rook g7 happens, the king will go to h6, and there are still no ideas of pushing the pawn whatsoever, no ideas, because you will just always take the pawn, and then you will be up 2 pawns and have huge winning chances, but still you have to fight. But in the other position, that might just be a perpetual. So g5 is so important right now. I think Zach could play like this sequence just for the memes, like it doesn't make any sense, and then go g5. That's possible, but also maybe not necessary, but he can do that. Rook f3, rook h3, rook h5, rook f5. Why not? Meanwhile, a3 being played by Kostya. What a move! He's just sacrificing pieces left and right. This is not a piece, this is a pawn. Rook takes a3, and now he goes for e2, sacrificing the other pawn, and after bishop takes e2, he plays rook takes b2. This is some great calculation, because now the bishop is attacked and it can only be defended by the rook. But if this happens, then now the knight jumps into d3, and if the bishop takes, then you take the queen and it's over. So this is such a great move by Kostya. Like this is such high class move. A3, you're threatening to take the pawn on b2, and if white takes with the pawn, then I think you take here. That's what he wanted. But I don't know. I think now that the b file has opened up, everything is just winning. Let's see what he does. So rook takes b2, rook a7. Wait. Rook a7 first of all happens, and then king f8, sidestepping the check, rook e1, and now Kostya will go for a knight to d3, and then we will most likely see resignation, because after knight d3, if you take, now there's rook takes e1, takes, and rook takes g2, winning the queen, and it will be checkmate in the next few moves. So rook takes e1. Yeah, we also mentioning good idea to bring the rook to the h file, but here Kostya already broke through, and now knight d3 is just a knockout blow, after which you can resign the game. And Kostya is putting his head into his hands and just looking for the final resource. And meanwhile, what's going on in Zach's game? Ooh, Zach played c5. c5? That's not the idea with g5. Rook a7, and now king g8 has been played. Bishop g1, and now Zach goes for g5. Okay, so apparently this is a missed opportunity, and now there is a draw somehow. Oh, now you can go rook g7. Zach allowed rook g7. Why though? He allowed rook g7, king f8, and then bishop e3. Oh no, then there's this. Okay, but rook g7, king f8, rook c7. No, you can also do that immediately. No, but maybe this is smart to go here and then here, so that this pawn is now hanging with a check. But also this is coming and it's pretty complicated, so I'm not sure. Apparently there's a draw here. I don't know if it's rook g7 or rook c7. I'm not entirely sure. And meanwhile, Kostya plays knight d3 and queen h3. He takes the rook, and rook h7 is played, but yeah, there's nothing left to do anymore, so Kostya can take the bishop on e2 with both of the rooks, and there will be no checkmate. Take here, and you just run away with your king, and now you block, and now there are no checks, and it will be made very shortly with the rooks, and you're just up like so much material. So Kostya will win this game. 91, rook h7 has been played, and Kostya is also down to 3 minutes, but even if he had 1 second here, he would still win this game because there's absolutely nothing left in the position. But what I really like is that he is taking his time here, that he's not rushing. Yes, he takes on e2, rook e takes e2, and now we might even see resignation immediately, or maybe after rook h8, and then, okay, you can try like rook h7, but the king can just zigzag his way out of there. So just like go here and here, and that's even enough because then you can drop back with your rook, and then it will be game over. h8, e7, and you fucked up when the evil bar says mate in something, so that's always not a good sign. So now Kostya is not even only winning, but it's actually mate for him. So yeah, this will be mate in 12 moves, and Kostya is up a rook and a knight, and we'll just win the game. And let's go over to Zach's game. Rook c7. The pawn here is hanging. Rook f3 has been played. King g2. And now this pawn is hanging, but also this pawn is hanging. But more importantly, this pawn is also hanging. So Zach has to be careful with what he does right now. I think the next 2 or 3 moves can potentially decide the game. And he has to put pressure on the clock, but he also can't allow any liquidations that would lead to a draw. But if you look at the evil bar, this is a draw now. And we see Kostya wins his game. Nice. After king e7, we see resignation. Not the commentators, the players shake hands. And Kostya wins this game, which puts him on 5.5 out of 7, which is a very, very good result. And he can be very happy with his game today. he just crushed his opponent and played a very, very nice game. He won very convincingly with the black pieces. And right now I will check on the first board, which is Daniel Leal. So I will just quickly check and... Ooh, what? Leal is losing. Daniel Leal is completely losing, and if he will not win this game, which he will definitely never do, then Kostya will be the sole leader of this tournament. So this is the position of Daniel Leal, and I will go back to Zach very shortly. I just want to make a quick point here. So Valerio, playing with the white pieces, is completely winning here. He is up in exchange, and the rook is so active right now, the king can just infiltrate. And white will win the game. And then Daniel Leal will not be the leader anymore because Kostya won his game and he lost his game. And that makes Kostya the sole leader of the tournament. And that is very, very good. So Kostya wins his game, and I think he will be very, very happy. Let me turn off his camera and also this rectangle. And then let's go back to Zach's game, where the action is. So Kostya's game is over. He wins his game, which is so important for him. In Zach's game, we see bishop d5. Rook takes c5 is played, and now rook d3 check, king f2. And it's not looking good because this pawn is hanging right now, and if the bishop goes to c4, then this pawn and then this pawn is hanging. So, yes, not looking great for Zach. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not really seeing any way to make any progress right now. And that's not great. That's really not great. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate actually. Because Zach was winning. He was definitely winning with this b4 move, but he rushed a little. His time management was great, but only in with the one decision he rushed a little bit. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's life. Sometimes there's just nothing to do. Yeah, okay, Zach, king f2. Okay, king f2 is played. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it because you cannot lose this pawn because even if... Oh, I will have to go back and I will do that. So even if Zach wins this pawn and this pawn, but he loses this pawn, then it's just completely draw. There's nothing to do there because those two pawns cannot win the game alone, not even with the help of the rook and the bishop. So that would be very bad. So the only chance is that he keeps this pawn, but if he wants to keep this pawn, then he either has to play bishop c4 and give up the g5 pawn and this pawn, and then it will also be completely a draw. And unfortunately, he can also not go rook d2 and rook b2 due to the fact that his bishop would just be hanging. So yeah, this is very unfortunate. Zach was winning, but yeah, unfortunately he didn't find the right continuation, and in the final moment he rushed a little bit. His time management today was so great, but then only in this final critical moment he only rushed a little bit. Yeah, it's not great, but you're not a machine, but that was definitely findable for Zach. So you have to get your priorities straight. So it's not that important to have like another pawn in this opposite colored bishop endgame, but you really want a passed pawn. That's way more important. So b4 instead of h5 would have been way better. And then also there was this rook g2 move, which was also completely winning. And that's also findable for Zach. Zach is very strong at tactics, so it's definitely findable for him. But yeah, unfortunately he didn't find it, and now it's not looking like he will win this game, which is kind of sad to be honest, because Zach deserved it. He played some good chess today. I'll check his accuracy actually. His opponent is on 90.5 and Zach is on 90.3, which is pretty good. 90% accuracy is decent, so nothing very critical happened in this game, but also I think 90 is still pretty good for accuracy. And hello Kostya, welcome in chat. Congratulations, what a game. You played so well, I think, and I was very happy with your game, and I think you are also very happy with your game. So yeah, now you will be the sole leader of the tournament. And also thank you for the raid. Diana Mirza raided. Oh, it was your first night off. Yeah, I didn't have time to check that. And I thought that it was some kind of surprise because ah yeah, I thought it was some kind of surprise because he spent some time and he wasn't sure what he wanted to do. And I think it was a great choice. So some very good prep, even though I think you probably didn't prep against this h3 line. So yeah, such a great game. And yeah, all of a sudden you were just winning. And Zach was also winning actually. It looked like a draw for like the entire game. And for you, I will show it again. So there was this one moment right here after bishop c4. Here, white could have just made the draw with rook e7, pretty easy, and black kind of should take, and then this would be the draw. And he didn't do that, and he played king f2 and now f4, and this is a little bit annoying. Oh, you did prep h3. So he played h3 before then. Okay. So maybe he should try some other variation so that he cannot be prepped against. What I'm always doing is that I play a different variation against the knight off every single time. So that it's hard to prep against my knight off. So there are like 25 decent lines for white. So that's why I don't play it from the black side, because white can just do everything basically. But yeah, knight off is a good opening, especially if you prepped h3. So yeah, but what a game! Like especially a3 at the end, and also a4 before. Those were some very nice moves. But yeah, what I wanted to say is here he gave up the pawn on g2. Zach is up a pawn and rook d2, great move. And now there was this blunder f6, and here Zach correctly plays bishop e6, and now after rook e1 there are two options here, and Zach kind of went for the wrong one. So at least here b4 is very easy. So b4, and you cannot take because the bishop is hanging, and you will just get a new pass pawn and win the game. But Zach goes for h5, and now he blunders again, so now rook g2 is winning, and then rook g4, rook e4, that's completely winning. But Zach does also not find that. He takes with the pawn, and then it was very close to winning, and he had some chances, but right now it's not looking great. But let's get back to the live action. So rook d3, king f2, and now g3 check, and king e1. What happened? Why did he go king e1? King e1, but there's g2, rook f3, and what? Zach is winning again. Zach is winning again. Wow. Zach is winning. Yes, he deserved it today. Yes, king f7 is played. Now bishop d4. Now it's completely over. Look at this, bishop f3, rook d1, that's mate. Nothing is stopping. Yes. Bishop f3 will end the game. Zach has to find that. Zach has to find bishop f3. It's completely over now. That's why king e1 was so bad. Because this is a mating net all of a sudden. Bishop f3 will just win the game instantly. Game over. Dead. Nothing. Bishop f3. You can give some checks, but it doesn't matter. Bishop f3. Oh, what? King e6. No, what? Oh my god. King e6. No. Ah. How did he not find that? There's no way. King. This is mate. Bro. Zach. Mate. Oh my god. No, I can't. He's driving me crazy. He had so many chances. And now this is mate. King e6. And now king e2. Oh my god. There's no way. There's no way. There's still time travel. Anything can happen now all of a sudden. But now. Okay, bishop c4. Oh my god. He did not see the mate. How can you not see the mate? No. He didn't see it. It's unbelievable. It was mate. Mate on the spot. He didn't find it. I can't believe it. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, but 3 seconds though. He plays a move with 6 seconds. King e1. King e1 has been played. Okay. Now there's still very unclear all of a sudden because this pawn is very strong. So if you can get some kind of trick with rook f3, rook f1, and then g2. Okay, this is not obvious at all. So rook f3 now is probably a good move. But then, this is hanging. That's not good. The pawn is just hanging, okay. Yeah, it's very complicated now. And there's no time on the clock. There's no time left. So king e1. Okay, he cannot give up that pawn. So maybe he has to go g4. And then the next move could be rook f3 and then rook f1, g2, g1. Then you make a new queen and you win the game. But in the meantime, white can also do some tricks. But black should be faster, right? If he does this. So what is the move here for white? So g4 is probably very good. Now if you go rook g5 anyway, maybe. Rook g5 anyway. And now there might be this idea of b4 and b3 again, and then you create a new pass pawn. So you're playing on every flank that you have, and I think g4 is a tricky move. After g4, everything is still possible. But he missed the mate. He missed the mate. Oh my god. Bishop f3. I can't believe it. This is crazy. He missed the mate. Okay. And I think he doesn't know that he missed the mate. Oh my god. So King E1, and now Zach is taking his time. He's also almost down to 1 minute. So yeah, King E1, and this is hanging, so you have to do something. And what is he calculating? Like B4 now doesn't work because you're losing your bishop. You're probably also losing the game when you play B4. So you have to defend this pawn, and the only way to do that is to play G4. Because rook F3 you just take. So G4 is a move you can play in 2 seconds. And Zach is spending his time here. Maybe he also sees something after G4. Let's see. What? He takes on D4? Why? Why does he do that? Did he miscalculate or something? He sacrificed the exchange and now... Okay, takes D4, King F6. But this is never in a million years winning. I would be scared to lose here as black. Okay, it's not losing because you still have a lot of pawns. But yeah, this is not the way. This is not the way. Like there's no winning plan here. The moment you push your pawn, King F2 happens. So there's nothing there. Yeah, rook takes D4 was not it. That was not the way to play this position. Yeah, and now there's just nothing. Like G2, King F2. King D. What? Whoa, my. King D2? King D2. No way that happened. He played the move with 1 second on the clock and he went King D2. And now Zach can just play G2 and win the game. There's no way. Zach goes for G. He resigns. Oh my god, what is going on here? G2 played by Zach. Zach wins this game. G2 played and Zach is the winner. Oh my god. What a lucky guy. If I would get so many chances in my classical games, unbelievable. He panicked. He had only 1 second left when he made the move. Yeah, Zach is so happy and he can be relieved. But he missed so many wins. Bishop F3 was winning and everything was winning. But now it's over. Now he finally won. Oh my god. Like, I can't with this guy. Like, Zachary insane. There's absolutely no way that just happened. It was blunders left and right. Unbelievable. Unbelievable game. Oh my god, this is crazy. This is crazy. I, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. King D2. Not. Oh my god, he just panicked. Oh my god. I've never seen a game like that in a long time. That was crazy. Crazy. Thank you for hosting. Thank you for having me. It is my pleasure as always. I can't. I have to breathe. Yes, Zach won. I don't know if that was luck, if that was his time management. I don't know what that was. I've never seen anything like that. But Zach wins this game, and I have no idea how that happened. I really don't know. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have to catch my breath. Unbelievable. Kostya, what is the plan right now? Should I end the stream? I think I should, right? Think it's time. Oh my god. This is so crazy. So crazy. King D2. What a lucky guy. What a lucky guy. King D2 has been played. I can't believe it. King D2. I feel sorry for his opponent because he just panicked in time pressure. But yeah, that's life. I also can do this and this. Oh no. Boom. Yeah, that was such a crazy game. Such a crazy game. So, I think I will wait for confirmation from my bosses. Kostya, should I end the stream? I think I should. Or do you want some kind of post-game analysis talk? I don't know. This is so crazy. Like King D2. King D2. I will tell my kids about this. Like King D2. There's no way. There's no way that just happened. King D2. Oh my god. Yes, okay. First of all, thank you very much for calling me handsome. And if you want to find out more about me, feel free to use my command. It's written in the title. So, yeah. If you want to find out more about me, then feel free to do that. But otherwise, I am done for today. And also, with that, I am done for the entire tournament because tomorrow I will actually run an obstacle marathon with my friends, which will also be very fun. So I can unfortunately not be here to cover tomorrow's live stream and also not the day after that.